All right. We are here. Hey there, Okami.
Enjoy your stay.
What's up, Galazera? Galazera? One of those two, probably. All right, need to start the wheel. All right, off we go.
Thunderous shot. Nowhere to run. And lethal.
Hello, underdeveloped cell. We did a gameplay yesterday. Just felt like playing offline for a bit. Well, just not on stream for a bit. Just testing some stuff.
Out of mana.
We finished. What all did we do yesterday? We finished tier 4 Zesht. We finished tier 4 Olroth. We did tier 2 King in the Mist. And we finished Simulacrum tier 1. It was a pretty eventful day.
Quick and lethal.
I probably have King in the Mist 4 done if I cared enough to do it. It feels like Ritual is not super great to invest in this league compared to last, with how cheap the audiences are. And even like the expensive omens are pretty cheap this league compared to what they were. So I've only done the 2 audiences I've naturally gotten. I didn't trigger my mirror. That's one thing I really miss about just like playing Delirium maps without the mirror. You actually have to run through the mirror. This is almost not even worth doing
Fury.
with no mobs up. Would have had to have done it before. We'll still reach like reward 5 probably, even though everything's already dead. I have the points in the extra reward track, I think, at the moment. Like the only thing that does anything at tier 1. Half the passives for the tree for Delirium are just broken and non-functional because they removed one of the mechanics. It's really weird. My resistances are capped with 17 chaos. Yeah, your elemental threshold works when you're riding Rhoa.
I need more mana.
Like, you can be frozen and whatever while you're on the Rhoa. If you get frozen, it takes you off the Rhoa as well. It's really bad. Although not as bad as someone just ordinarily getting frozen. If you get frozen on a Rhoa, you take it off the Rhoa starts throwing hands for you, and it's kind of like a scapegoat. Things will typically hit the Rhoa over you because it gets in the way of killing you while you're froze. That's kind of neat. We might not make it to 5.
Storming arrow.
Yeah, most of the delirium nodes are bugged. Or just non-functional. Like, they have no ability to work. Because they pertain to mechanics that don't exist. Kind of a pretty serious flaw, I would say. Stun threshold does apply. I don't know if you saw my latest update video, but stun threshold does work on Rhoa. But it's not how you would assume stun threshold would work. And it's completely undocumented. I had to go let things hit me to test it. In both cases, when I said it didn't work, it was because I tested it, but the way I tested it didn't account for the fact that the devs could just make it make no sense, which is what they did, because it isn't even a threshold. It has nothing to do with the word threshold, and it makes no sense. But that is how it works, as far as I can tell. If monsters are duplicated, it's pretty good.
I hope you know what you're doing. Glad to...
Fury. Quick and lethal.
Not excavation. Expedition, on the other hand, is pretty good this league. Because of how shitty it is to get your hands on level 82 gear. Compared to last. We can talk about this a little bit. So... Oh yeah, I forgot to put my points in. Right, I meant to say we did Simulacrum 2, not 1. We had already done 1. But now we've done 2. I forgot to put points in here.
Go on.
So I was using this one because it's one of the only ones that work, and basically all it does is it means you're going to get reward tier 6 instead of reward tier 5. And that's it. You'll basically... I don't think it's even possible to reach 7. If you can reach 7, it would have to be the most turbo-juiced, ridiculous pack size map on the planet. Because the diminishing returns on the reward track are insane. So all this really did was make it so I consistently went from tier 5 to tier 6, which is basically just one distilled emotion per map. That's it. That's pretty underwhelming. And it ends up being like the best choice for the first points. If you only have the first points, because this is pointless. Because they reduced how fast the fog dissipates in the very first patch. So this is useless. It was always pretty useless, and now it's super useless. This doesn't even work because they removed fracturing mirrors from the game. These don't even appear anymore. So this is completely fried, like actually pointless content. Don't know why they even allow you to take this. This has literally never worked. It didn't work in 0.1, it doesn't work in 0.2, and they still haven't fixed it. And I tested it for like 50 maps straight just to make sure it was still as broken as it was before, and it is still broken. So I'm kind of upset about that. And then the delirium bosses pretty much never appear in normal delirium mirrors. They'll appear pretty frequently if you play delirium maps where you actually instill emotions. But if you're not doing that, this is pointless. And this isn't nearly as good as it used to be because the mirrors are actually good. So you have less of a reason to actually instill delirium into your waystone. Although I haven't tested if you're allowed to play a delirium map inside of a delirium mirror yet. I feel like you still can't. I don't remember seeing any mention of you being able to do that now. If you can, then this is better than it used to be. And the real pain in the ass of it all is, even if this isn't very valuable anymore, it's still better to just do your first 4 points for "Would you like to see my face?" Just because the increased stack size of Simulacrum Splinters is easily the best passive on the tree. Not that the bar is super high, it's a functional benefit that actually has a substantial return. And it might be the only thing on this entire tree that does. How crazy is that? Yeah, we have 2 points in Ritual. We finished Delirium. I was testing Zest's Madness because the catalysts are actually pretty expensive at this stage in the league. So I thought, like, maybe I'll get lucky and get some catalysts and it'll be worth. Hasn't happened yet. Crumbling Walls is still just the lottery. I think they actually nerfed Crumbling Walls compared to last league. So I'm not convinced by these 4 points. I think I enjoyed just having Sustained Siege with Grasping Hands more. And yeah, Expedition's done. Nothing's really changed here. This is still just the best place to put Expedition points. They nerfed the best points, but then they didn't make the other shit more appealing. So all of this is still useless, and all of this is still good. Kind of crazy. Oh, yeah, what was I? You want to see my passive tree? I mean, you can. Pretty sure it's almost exactly the same as what I have on Mobalytics. I'm just like floating a couple points at the moment. Like I hit 93, so I took out Escape Velocity and I got Maiming Strike back at the moment just for more damage. Didn't feel like I needed the evasion. But the last points are just floating at the moment. I think the only substantial change that's going to happen is at 95. Actually, no. 94. So next level, if I get an Allroth's Flask, I'm going to take away Maiming Strike. I'm going to put the 4 points in to get to Blur. Because that's going to give me Combat Alchemy. And these 3 nodes make Allroth's Resolve about 40% better. On top of getting Blur, which is really nice movement speed boost. Increased effect Expedition better? What? That's like the only thing that I'm thinking about changing in the tree, though. And it'll just be at a higher level. It's not likely that I'm actually going to have the currency anytime soon to buy my Allroths.
What is it?
Because I keep spending it mostly. But also the price keeps going up. I'm at 6 divs. I think it's at 12 now. It was 10 last night. I'm really sad I couldn't get it last night. There was an Allroths for 12. That was perfect. It was minimum rolled on the consumption at 100%. And I wish I could have snagged that. It would have been wonderful. But I did not have the cash. This is a dangerous map. Critical hit chance, temporal chains. It's terrible.
Enjoy your stay.
Does this build work on Huntress? It'll work on Huntress, but if you're playing Huntress, I've now realized that it would probably be a good idea. So first of all, you're going to prioritize accuracy stuff that we have kind of gotten away from. And as an Amazon, you're also probably going to want to think about going hybrid ES energy shield with evasion, because you don't get the tailwind 30% DR, and only having 2200, 2400 maximum life, you can be one shot by a lot of pinnacle boss attacks that evasion isn't going to stop. And the tailwind DR is pretty important for that. So I feel like there's a world where Huntresses will probably be more comfortable running hybrid. And Deadeye will probably prefer evasion. Hey there, Ice. The night after I end stream, I'm going to be making some new mobalytics pages.
Storming Arrow.
I'm going to make a separate page for the starter guide that's also going to include a Huntress page. And then I am going to make a Huntress Endgame page to make it more definitive what I'm changing, because I did get a lot of comments in the update video that there are a lot of people that are playing it as Huntress. And considering that's a new class, and a lot of people are playing Huntress, it makes sense for me to cover a build guide for that class. I was wondering why things feel weird, and it's because I doubled the difficulty scaling of my delirium. They must have actually made that work this patch, because it didn't last. The wheel entry thing, it's for Helldivers. I play with my viewers whenever I play Helldivers, and whenever I play other games that are not Helldivers, they can still increase their odds of winning a spot on my teams by coming and supporting the stream whenever I'm not playing that game. Okay. Well, now I'm not convinced that I don't think those points are working either. Why did I only get 6 splinters? I got like the same number of splinters, but I doubled my difficulty scaling on distance from the mirror. Play an action RPG again. Should I go stun threshold for my permabuff instead? You can. I would if I were to do it over again, I would probably think about it longer and then still probably go with the elemental threshold. But I feel like stun threshold is a good option. You know what it probably is? It's probably if you plan to one day do Headhunter, then you probably want LA threshold, and then if you plan to do the Ingenuity setup, then it's probably better to do the stun threshold. Yeah, stun threshold if you plan to do the Ingenuity setup, and then LE threshold if you plan to do the Headhunter setup. So it's Headhunter's a heavy belt. That probably makes sense. Either way, my character is currently LE threshold, and I don't really get knocked off my bird. If I get knocked off my bird, there's a very good reason I got knocked off the bird, and I can like tell that it was 100% my fault. It's never surprising. And if it is surprising, the only time it's surprising is if I'm playing a map with like 200% additional stun buildup. And in which case, that still gets categorized in my mind under my fault.
Gambling with our lives.
We get 2 books. I think we just got 1 book, right? Yeah, 1 book.
Quick and lethal.
Oh. I accidentally put away my Volors. Oops. Bye, Max. Mana cost looks tough. Just drink the flask. The mana cost has literally never been tough. I see that comment all over the place of like, man, the mana costs sure are tough. Or, and I've got these mana problems. It's like, literally press your flask. Man, it was so much worse last league. This character wouldn't have even been playable with 500 max mana. What's even crazier on the whole like mana consumption issue, non-issue, is like I put out the update video, and in the update video in the FAQ section, the very first thing I talk about is mana issues or whatever, like mana costs, getting around mana costs, because it comes up so frequently. And you know what I still had? I still had comments asking me about mana issues on that video where I addressed how to deal with mana issues in an FAQ section specifically made to talk about mana issues. It's crazy.
Enjoy your stay.
Damn great game. Agreed. I think the only thing, you know what it probably is? It's probably a lot of folks that just have their mana flask bound somewhere uncomfortable. If you make mana flask the comfiest bind in your whole setup, it's very chill. Is there still a rare? Where? Oh. Bottom left.
Storming Arrow. Barely broke a sweat.
Beat your old record? Probably. 1,024 entries.
Yes.
Wonder at what point it's just gonna break the wheel and it's not gonna work anymore. Was never made to deal with something like that. I think I actually got a proc there because I have 10 flesh catalysts. I think we actually procced the tree. Right, let's have these in the inventory again. I don't want to play my other 16, but I also don't want to play 15s. 15s are just not it this league. I don't want to take the time to make more, though. Go Augury. You should just get it automatically, probably.
Enjoy your stay.
I'm pretty sure he's the majority. At 91, still haven't seen a single divine drop. Brother, I was right there with you. I didn't see a divine drop this league, raw divine, until like 92.
Enjoy
Bad.
your
Thunderous shot.
stay.
Nowhere to run.
Oh yeah, survivability has kind of been solved as well. We went from 1600 maximum life to 2300, 2200, something like that. Yeah, 2260. Even a arm slam from T4 Zesh doesn't break us in one hit anymore. The only thing that's sketch survivability wise now is doing delirium simulacrums. Simulacrums are really sketchy on this build, like turbo sketchy. It is not comfortable. I feel like there are very few builds that are comfortable with simulacrums, generally. Unless it's like turbo broken. That content's just always been overtuned. But yeah.
Fancy seeing you here.
Quick, get after it.
I don't think I will. I think I'm good. I couldn't care less about the Wisp mechanic. I feel like this
quite
is
nice.
one of the weakest league mechanics I have ever seen. Post repo games for people in the server. I'm on break this week. You could certainly try. Second favorite streamer Slag. Yeah, what's up, Matt? When's the next repo stream? That's a good question.
Fury. I shall overcome.
Oh, hell yeah.
An easy trophy. I need more mana.
Did I knock it all three? No, I didn't. What does that sound? My loot filter.
So over.
My loot filter.
Speak.
All right, leveled up. Level 93. What does the point go to? I know where it will end up, but I don't have the All Rods flask yet. There's not much it could do that's relevant at the moment. Not really, anyway. Just kind of exists. We could do this, actually.
Go on.
If anyone wants to join the guild, by the way, just message me in game. You still got some space? My 4-hour stream and got to play Repo before that. You did. That was insane. That was some insane luck.
Yes.
Okay, so this is what we do. This is probably overall more. 43.5. Oh no, it'll be about the same, and I'll get the evasion too. 43.5. Yeah, we go down a little bit though. Probably overall more efficient to do this. Actually, lightning rod's probably less affected because it's full element. Yeah, it's like 1,000 off of lightning rod to do it this way. And we get catalysis survivability. That's not terrible. That feels fine for now. It's gonna get switched, but
Drift in my training
I'll just
cost.
leave it like that. Now we just need enough money to buy the flask. We're chilling. Ugh. A little bit awkward because I really don't want to cleanse the zone yet without doing this node. Flask am I going for? All Rots Resolve.
Storming arrow. You there, local, pungent. Too weak, too slow.
Hilariously, the thing that's increased my DPS the most recently was actually just jewel shopping, because my jewels were terrible. I got some really cheap, great jewels because no one knows the value of companion damage. Because I'm pretty sure we're like the only build that people utilize that actually has the companion nodes. Everyone else skipped over them, even if they're a Rhoa build.
Enjoy your stay.
It just piles on the value of those 5 points for inspiring ally. Because suddenly your BIST jewels are costing X's instead of divs. Yeah, look how insane these jewels are. Double attack speed, companion evasion. If you wanted to switch that companion with any normal damage roll that other people utilize, and again, just so everyone knows what we're talking about, Inspiring Ally makes it so all increases and reductions to companion damage apply to you. So this is just 10% damage from my character. Whereas someone else not doing that would need like lightning damage or physical damage or elemental damage or damage with bows, whatever, right? We just get to use the extremely cheap companions deal increased damage line that everyone thinks is a brick line. So they practically give it away for like 10, 20x when we can utilize it just as well as any other damage line. This one's max critical damage roll with evasion, attack speed with bows, and companion damage, 14. Same with this one is 19 evasion, attack speed with bows, companion damage. Admittedly, this one is only 2% on the attack speeds, which sucks. But I think I got this for literally 10x. Yeah. Companion damage jewels are OP. Not because they're that much better than a normal jewel. And they are better because they can roll up to 20% while normal damage mods only go to 15. But not even just that, they're so much cheaper. Being a guide, bro. Enjoy playing Ranger more than Huntress. Glad you're having fun with it. Like the build. How much should you spend on a crit bow? Crit bows are just always going to be expensive. Although, I think I documented this in the guide. If you can't get a bow, like, you need a dual string or you need a bow with additional arrow. That's... So the most important things are you need as much DPS as possible in the bow. You need it to have an additional arrow, whether that be as an implicit or as a suffix, doesn't matter. And then if it's crit, that's the best, that's ideal. But if it's not crit, it's not the end of the world. Like if you don't have a base crit line, the way this bow does, for example, then you would instead just run Northpaw as your glove. I have like 4 divs. Should I wait? That's really up to you. It depends on what your damage feels like. If you feel like you need more damage, if you feel like you need more damage to push higher content, like say you're getting into doing pinnacles or tier 4 pinnacles or whatever, and you feel like that extra firepower is what you need, then at that point invest. And I will say that the earlier you get a bow that you're going to use for the rest of the league, the better, because they will likely only ever get more expensive. And I'm not saying that because I think that I'm not just saying that because the economy is going to get worse and worse, because it is, but I'm also saying that because Fubgun hasn't like properly updated his lightning arrow build guide. But I think once he does, and once he makes a video on it, bows are going to get more expensive. And I imagine he'll probably do crit, because I can't imagine doing it any other way. Like, nothing else makes sense anymore. And once that guy makes a video or content on a build or a weapon or whatever, it multiplies in value by 10. This feels like a really bad... Yeah, this is not a good expedition. This is fried.
Thunderous shot.
If we get anything out of this, it's definitely the tree carrying the rewards. Yeah, nothing really. No book. What's my crit chance? I think it's 22.43, and then on Lightning Rod, it goes up to 37.43 because of Blindside.
Damn insect.
I think it's 400 something percentage crit multi.
Quick and lethal.
And then 100% on first strikes with Lightning Arrow. That's also a pretty important part. My first hit with Lightning Arrow is just slamming for like 500% damage always.
I need more mana.
I wasn't expecting him to survive the first volley. Oh, it's because I'm enfeebled. That was with 20% less damage. That's why he lived. That makes sense. I forgot to edit my filter to show breach splinters on the map. That kind of sucks. How much item rarity do I have? I think 80% on the dot, or 82%. My hat has 41. Yeah, I think it's 81. 81% rarity. 81% rarity, and then I do also have Gold Charm.
Go on.
Not that Gold Charm does a whole lot. It's very little. This is all trash. Very unexciting trash. Alright, we need a good 16. And we do not have it, that is for sure. We have no good 16s. How many normals do I got? Quite a few. Let's go gambling! I cannot express how much I hate this system. This 1 in 16 bullshit for one map, not cool. Oh, no, I'm not there yet. I need to clear the augury first. Do that one. Nice helmet, 25% crit. That's hype. I was kind of torn if I wanted to go for a helmet that had crit chance on it or not. Or just stack triple res. And then I saw one that had a lot of rarity and I was convinced. kind of funny. I know this build has enough damage to kill every T4
Barely
because we've done it, but it's really just a debate on how spicy I want the YouTube video to look. So I could, instead of having rarity in my helmet, have more crit or more damage or stack more damage than I already have. But I don't need it. It would just be to make the YouTube video look more crazy.
no mana.
We have procced some extra. Oh my god, I think we procced the 11 breaches. We may have procced 11 breaches. Oh boy. That's exciting, isn't it? Would you be able to do this build SSF? Probably. You could do this build SSF. But I don't know how much you would want to stick to critical damage. Because crit is pretty rare as far as modifiers come. Obviously, it'll be more difficult to get a bow. Survivability might be a bit of an issue. I think there are definitely far better SSF builds, but you could play it SSF. While I was leveling through campaign, it was definitely SSF.
Storming arrow.
That one's over. On to the next one.
Barely broke a sweat.
Yeah, we definitely rolled 11 breaches. We rolled the 1%. That's insane. It's such a bad map for it, too. Oh, boy. We gotta get the door open so we can go through the middle. Yeah. Go open the door. I just pick up another haste shrine. I did.
Out of mana.
That is some peak PoE. He killed my bird.
Thunderous shot. Too weak. Too slow.
Do not do this right now. Chill out, PoE.
I will carve my name.
Is he saying something? All right, the door's open. Now we do the rest of the breaches. Should have done that at the beginning.
I need more mana. Fury.
I'm not looking forward to picking all this up, especially with how the filter doesn't show me where they all are.
Barely broken sweat.
Enjoy your stay.
Nah, it's not gonna reach.
Enjoy your stay.
Damn. And then soon. Yep. Quite new to PoE. I'm at tier 14 maps. I don't know what I should juice my maps and when not. Usually I just use Orbit Transmutation Augmentation as they're cheap and easy to get. If you have not, here's my advice for anyone that's starting this league still or haven't done this yet. Finish this first. Get this 40 out of 40. Focus on nothing else but traversing the map as fast as possible to fill out your atlas and finish it. And along the way, you're going to set up so many opportunities to juice maps later on. And across the journey of doing that, you're going to get more powerful. You're going to get stronger. You're going to be able to do T15s by the time you're done with this. And then you can revisit those towers, juice them up, and do them all. Just blast them for the rest of your league, basically, because you'll have set up so much area, so much surface area for you to work with, that you'll just be running through it for forever. And it'll be really, really nice. And it just makes sense to do it that way, because if you do it before then, it's just going to deny you the opportunity to do it at like T15 later.
Fury.
Or with more modifiers or more juice, etc. And without your atlas, if you do it without your atlas compared to with your atlas, it's a really big difference. If you've already finished the atlas, then ignore what I just said
An easy trophy.
and juice away. This is such a bad map, the proc, the times 11. Oh, I wish it was on like Savannah or something. We'd be gaming. At least we're done with the ones down in this corner now. Some of these ones will be better. The ones closer to the center. Thanks for the build, really liking it. Solid. Glad it's working out for you. Filter command is currently only on Twitch. I don't have it on YouTube. Sorry. Exclamation mark filter brings up the YouTube video by Sensei with their filter. And where to get it. I did not. I wanted to pick up my candy. I wasn't trying to open the strong box.
Fury. Too weak, too slow.
Rock the times 10 on whatever catalyst that was.
I need more mana. Out of mana.
That one didn't really reach the center either. It sucks how easy it is to get heavy stunned off the Rhoa when some random thing hits you out of nowhere. Aside from that, though, absolutely cooked with this build. Very good, very nice. It becomes less and less and less of an issue. Like, I haven't gotten off my Rhoa this entire map, and look at my stun meter. My stun meter is not even out to above my life flask. Because you get more and more life, you stack on a bit of stun threshold, and yeah, it just... The only time it'll ever fill up is if you completely neglect it, or if you play a map that has 200% extra stun buildup. Those maps are scary. I really do not recommend playing those, because that is when you will randomly fly off the bird from a physical slam. There's a lot of multipliers going into that, because the physical attacks deal 50% more damage to your stun meter. We're weak to physical damage because we have no armor. So we just take true damage from physical. And then on top of all that, it's getting multiplied by an extra 200%.
Quick and lethal.
Very bad. I think there's negative mana charges, or negative flash charges on this one. Or maybe it's just I've been sucking mana flasks while walking around for no reason. Now I have no flasks. Yeah, that's what it was. I'm already full on flask again. Yeah, on the topic of mana, again, if anyone does want to just make it comfortable, like really comfortable, feel free to sacrifice a line on your glove, or on your quiver, or on your ring for mana on kill. Or you could also get a sapphire that has mana on kill as a suffix, although I really don't recommend that one, because there's not really any other valuable... There's like one other valuable stat that you could get on that sapphire, and that's it. That's probably the worst way to solve it. Better to sacrifice like a ring line, I would say. Would be the best way to handle it.
Out of mana. Storming arrow. No mana.
How's that thing not dead?
Out of mana. Quick and lethal.
Down to the last one. Breachings not drop from these, so they can. They might be getting hidden by my filter, though, if they're too low of a level, which they probably are. Actually, I don't think my filter hides breachings at any level. They've just been made very rare this league, which is kind of a kick in the cock, to be honest, because they already nerfed how good they were, and they made them way more rare.
An easy trophy. Fury.
Hey, look, we got a reach-ring. Aha. Cloud download is the one that you sync with PoE2 account? Yeah, it is. So it's around. I get off Rhoa pretty often, 1400 HP. Yeah, I mean, 1400 HP is like really low. 1400 HP is low. Also, ES doesn't affect heavy stun. ES has no effect on stun buildup, which is another reason why it makes even less sense to do hybrid with Rhoa builds, but that's what's popular for some reason. It makes more sense on Amazon, but it makes no sense on Deadeye. Because Deadeye has Tailwind DR and does not need Energy Shield. Yeah, it's a little bit rough in the early stages of Endgame getting one shot, but we're not playing hardcore. It scales better. Scales better, doesn't cost build points. Another thing that sucks about going for hybrid. Typically means having to take a less optimal path on passive tree to optimize the energy shield portion of the character. Something we really just don't have the points for either. Or I could never wrap my head around how you would make it worthwhile. Lose a ton of stats off of damage. Amazon, it makes way more sense, though. Like I said, Amazon doesn't have 30% DR Tailwind to protect them. The hybrid's way more logical. I think I collected everything. It certainly looks like it. I got 176 breach splinters in my inventory. Kind of nuts. Also, were those breathers? Or random one-shots part of the charm, yeah.
Hello there.
Oh, they are Reavers. That's bank, actually. I'm so happy. This is like the entire reason that I even did this, is because Reavers are worth 7x each. It's actually a nice little payday, isn't it? Like almost a div from that one Reaver drop that gave me a 10 stack off of my passive tree. Or not my passive tree, my Atlas tree. That's solid. Thank you for all the great work you do for the games you're passionate about. You're always a professional and concise, and you never bullshit for video length. That's your creator. Thank you. That's nice of you to say. I do try my best. Try my best. That's all I ever do. This ring looks like shit. Slam it anyway. No, this is illegal. This thing's not even, it's trash. It's gone. It's a Regal shard. I hate that thing. Got a lot of XP too. 6% towards 95. In that map. Alright, this is the one I wanted because this one has the +1 monster level. Now we're going to use our T16. We're going to play it at... Oh my god, it doesn't... That's so fried. It doesn't have a radiation, though. Oh, I didn't even realize it didn't have irradiated. This is actually worthless. That's lame. Damn, the irradiation missed it. I think that was the only 82 opportunity I have on the whole map. Alright, well, we're just gonna go on an adventure then. The part's unknown. I'm not getting temporal chained, actually. Temporal chain. You guys know where these go? You do with temporal chains maps? These ones are for the boys. We donate those to the guild. Solar Amulet good for Deadeye? Not really, not with this build. Solar Amulet doesn't really make any sense. You're not critting 100% of the time, so you're not getting much value out of the pen as is, and then our build gets us 4% away from pen cap against pinnacle bosses anyway. So the Solar Amulet is just completely fried for this build and makes no sense. The only people that should be running around with the Solar Amulet are Amazons, because they actually approach 100% critical hit rate. Deadeye does not. Even as a crit build, we just do not. It doesn't make it, like, any less good. It's just we don't get the critical hit rate where we could just go without any penetration and use a Solar Amulet and be okay. Headhunter Belt is good. Headhunter Belt is the best for mapping. Headhunter Belt is the best for mapping, and if you want to be the best at bossing, you would do Ingenuity Double Breach. So if you want to be the very best at pinnacle bossing, then you would do double breach with an ingenuity. You want to be the very best at mapping, then you do death rush, headhunter, 1 breach ring. How much spirit do I need to use everything with Rhoa? You need a baseline of 120. And then it depends if you want to use Deadly Herald or not. If you don't care to use Deadly Herald, you could just switch this for something else. It's not a big deal. It's more so if you have the extra 20 spirit, spend it on Deadly Herald. But if you don't have it, don't bother. It's not a big deal. And then if you have another extra 10 on top of that, then you would put Clarity and Wind Dancer. Currently, I don't because I switched my amulet. But overall, I actually gained mana regeneration, dropping the Clarity, since this one has 63% mana regen on it. It's pretty flexible past the 120 spirit mark. Just, you have to get extra spirit from your chest or your amulet in some amount for the build to work. Later, Akami. Temporal chain maps take me 30 plus minutes. Which atlas are you using? Have you thought about putting a shield in the build? A shield? I mean, like, as a swap? We can't even use shields. Hey, Jerry. What would we use a shield for? Oh, I haven't really shown anyone this except for Discord. You guys want to see some new tech that hasn't been put in a video yet? This is some pinnacle bossing tech right here. Check this thing out. So this thing lasts 15 seconds, and we're charging up our we're charging up our Kaioken here.
Enjoy your
Look at the
stay.
damage. And it doesn't dismount us. I was trying to cook on a way to give us rage without having to dismount the bird to open on the boss. Like, this isn't something you'll worry about past your opener on a pinnacle boss, but you might as well have a rage tornado shot to stand next to as the boss is starting up to get an extra 30% attack damage on your opener. It's pretty disgusting. And it's completely free, so you might as well do it. Some gross tooltips. And Tornado Shot's actually goated for this purpose because it lasts 15 seconds, which is long enough to stack up full rage. Is this build stronger than Spear Deadeye? You mean the gimmicky one-shot thing that Bubgun made? I mean, there isn't a build in the game that's stronger than Lightning Spear at the moment, but there also isn't a build in the game that's more decisively going to be nerfed than Lightning Spear. 60% of the community is playing Lightning Spear, so anybody playing Lightning Spear should definitely be doing so, knowing that their build is at the very top of the head on the chopping block. Should run a full party of Rhoas. I thought about changing the guild name to the Rhoa Riders of Rohan. I thought that would be funny. But then if they nerf Rhoa, it's going to be sad. If there are two things that are almost certainly being nerfed in the near future, if they decide to not wait until next league, because if you remember the beginning of the first league, they nerfed the really big outliers and things that really broke the game pretty immediately. And then they held off on major changes until the next league. So things that are major outliers, like, say, a 60% play rate of a skill, probably going to be addressed before the league concludes, I would say. Not that there's a really big track record to go off of, but, yeah. Anyway, back off my tangent. No, there's nothing stronger in this game than Lightning Spear.
Fury. Barely broke a sweat. Have no time.
But I think there are also merits to playing this over Lightning Spear. Like being less likely to be nerfed. And using a bow instead of a spear. Not that bows aren't also expensive. Bows are pretty expensive too. Bird, stop dodging me. Let me get on. Maximum life boost always freaks me out from the shrines. Suddenly missing like half my HP. They might try to buff other skills. Lightning, no. Lightning Spear is being nerfed.
Storming arrow.
100% Lightning Spear is being nerfed. That is completely out of line what that skill is. Not to say Lightning Arrow isn't. Like, Lightning Arrow on Rhoa is also pretty egregious, but the Lightning Spear is just actually just throwing one button at the screen and it's gone in one attack. And then the Wind Serpent interaction is, I wouldn't say unintended, but probably more powerful than they intended. We are restarting the realm to deploy the 0.20F update. Its patch notes are now available in the patch note form. We got patch notes. Hey, yo, patch notes. Oh, this is huge. This is actually big. Here, let's take a look. We're doing an ascendancy trial. Now allows you to respec which ascendancy class you've chosen. Yeah, so ascendancy respec belts level 30 and above now have implicit modifiers 1 to 2 charm slots. 60 and above now have implicit modifiers 1 to 3 charm slots. Explicit modifiers for additional charm slots on belts can no longer roll. Oh. Ingenuity belt no longer has additional charm slot modifier? Wait, does that mean it's just not going to have extra charm slots? Has intentionally kept its additional charm slots for now, as in the future will be expanding the maximum possible charm slots to 6. Okay, so that's an ingenuity nerf, right? Basically. Massively increase the value on the prefixes that restore life, mana, or grant guard when charms are used. That's kind of cool. You can update existing items to new values with the Divine Orb. All charms with the Golden Charm have had their maximum charges halved and their charges per use halved, making them refill more quickly. Base duration of Stone Charm has also been increased from 2.5 to 3 seconds. New stash tab affinities. We love this. This is so important. Finally. Atlas bookmarking, also huge. Bookmark locations on your Atlas to find them easily later. By clicking a node will allow you to create a bookmark. Have up to 16 bookmarks, so you'll appear as an icon around the outside of the screen. Endgame changes. Pinnacle bosses now have unlimited respawn attempts at difficulty 0. That's not a bad change. That means you can infinitely practice at difficulty 0. The loot better suck, though. I'm, like, super worried about this. I haven't seen the numbers on this yet. But if you're telling me that... Because what they did was they made it so the loot pool is the same items. There are no unique items that do not drop, that are not in the table on 0, that are on 4. And that change to me is like, okay, so you better make the rates for the good stuff way better at difficulty 4 compared to 0, because if you don't, there's not going to be a single good reason to be doing this content with 0 respawns, making it far more difficult whenever you can, in exchange, just do it at difficulty 0 with infinite lives. Like, if your drop rates are not significantly better for the good items, then they pretty much ruin Pinnacle content at that point as far as farming. It's just going to be boring. You just spam difficulty 0 because it's the path of least resistance. We were already having that problem a bit last league. Like, people had it in their heads, and they weren't wrong to some degree. Like how Simulacrum 0 last league had like a 1.6% better chance to give you the flask, even though it had no chance to give you the jewel. So no one played difficulty 4 Sims. Everyone played difficulty 0 Sims. Tower and hideout maps now have a higher minimum number of rare monsters that can spawn. That's interesting. Because there was already some tech for abusing hideouts with Delirium maps last league. Each new rune tier is unlocked. We're removing lower tiers. Thank God. That shit was annoying. Rogue Exiles will always have appropriate tier runes socketed in dropped items. Scepters can now have sockets. We've added a new set of talisman modifiers for scepters to allow upgrades to your minions at mid to late game. That's kind of big. All totems now start getting elemental resistance and chaos resistance, scaling up with skill level. Light stun. Moderately reduce the capacity for monsters to light stun you, especially towards Cruel and Endgame, by lowering the amount of stun damage they deal and increasing the minimum they must deal to light stun you. Elemental, chaos, and range stun damage has been penalized even further, so you're less likely to get stunned by random stray projectiles and other things. These changes don't affect light stuns dealt by players. Cluster to the passive skill tree near Chaos Inoculation allows you to invest into a heavy amount of stun and ailment threshold based on your energy shield. It's good. Reach chance can now drop splinters at all levels. Shrines are now easier to click on. There's like some things that generally make the game easier. Don't really care about any of this. Bug fixes, and that's it. So they say light stun build up, but then they say lowering the amount of stun damage they deal. If they lower the amount of stun damage they deal, that's also going to reduce heavy stun buildup. I wonder why they specifically said light stun, because this just reduces how easy it is to get stunned in general. Like, that helps us too. All right, so yeah, there you go. Redoing Ascendancy Trials. More charm slots for your belt. Pretty nice. They outright said no more mid-league player changes, only mob and bosses. That's dumb. Why would they want to like leave a league in that kind of state? Just 60% of their players playing one skill and they just leave it like that for 2 months. Why? Because people will be mad about it. Oh well. It's an EA game. Major changes? I mean, they made changes to skills last patch. They made considerable changes to skills, but they were positive ones. They were like buffs for underperforming things. I would say that counts as a major change. Like, if you can boost the damage of Lightning Rod by 30%, you can say, hey, we're reducing the damage of Lightning Spear by 20%. I think that's definitely on the table, right? Because it's whatever they decide a major change is. Like, how do you define major change? Well, it's not destroying a build. 60% of players are fucking playing it. Turning it down a notch doesn't destroy it. It just makes whiny babies cry. That's all it does. A change that hurts a build, that's soft. That is some soft shit. Read general? I don't read general. Why would I ever have the general tab on? That's a terrible idea. Illusion of a difficult game to bludgeon D4 over the head with. Thanks to your guide, I'm now in triple delirium maps. Nice, dude. Pumping. Personally, I would love a reason to play anything other than Rhoa this league, instead of having no reason to play anything other than Rhoa for the next 2 months. That's what's kind of crazy to me. Build is dope. I'll miss it when it dies.
Storming Arrow.
I mean, what you're saying is there's no need to worry for several months, like the league's just going to be over. Psyched to finally be able to put sockets on scepters. I think engineers should naturally have 3 charm slots now, as it's over 60. Just won't have bonuses. It seemed like they were making it deliberate. We'll see after the patch, but it sounded like they were deliberately making the change. Also, doesn't that mean that legacy ingenuities that have 3 charm slots are still going to exist if they do change that? If you want to see my items, it's in the Mobalytics link pinned to the top of YouTube. Click on that, go to the live gear set, and that's what I'm wearing. Deleted that, boss? Yeah, we do that. Yeah, so there's going to be legacy ingenuities now, too. That's going to be kind of awful. You want a charmed ingenuity, you have to pay like 100 divs or something. That kind of sucks. How long did it say till patch? Realm is restarting in 15 minutes. We got time for a couple more maps, son. Oh yeah, we can also juice this up. Alright, so we need some... What do I want here? I want to work on the expedition. And next video, by the way, is going to be expedition guide. Finally. We're going to do expedition guide next, in between the next build guide. Just because I didn't get to it last league, and expedition's actually really good right now because of the lack of level 82 base items in circulation. It's really easy to get level 82 base item drops doing expedition logbooks. Logbooks are very cheap. It's a good business to be in right now. Explosive radius is not amazing. Quantity of items is good. Selling bases all day. Yeah, level 82 stuff is very pricey right now. When are you updating your build on Mobalytics? It's updated. What do you mean? There's starter, there's endgame, and then there's late endgame. All 3 of those are current, and you can even see my gear set on it. It is as current can be. Well, that's not true. I made some changes to my gems, but we're experimenting with those. Those are not finalized. Late endgame. Click late endgame. It's right there. And then, do I want to farm Delirium at the same time? Not really. Oh, you know what we do actually? Do Breach. Rarity of items, that's a good one. We do Breach. And then for our maps, we'll put Delirium on them. And we'll try that. And we'll see how that feels. I haven't really gotten to do that yet.
Your stay.
This league. %42 delirious. That is a map, alright. Do a little bit of delirium. Iron Rune on crit damage on weapon, which one's better? That's actually a really good question. I actually forgot crit runes even existed. You might be on to something there, sir. That might be on my bad. Do I not have one? Or are they soul cores? Are they soul cores? I've never used these before. Yeah, it's a soul core, right? Soul core of Takaba. Curious. Oh, they're really expensive. Holy shit. Ew. I mean, it's got to be pretty significant. I don't know. I feel like iron has... Unless you have a really good crit bow, iron should be better. Yeah, I'm not... I don't think I even want to test that right now. To be honest. I'm pretty sure physical is going to be better unless you have a lot of crit. Like a ton of crit. Playing Arrow Deadeye, sometimes arrow pierce through mobs and don't do damage. Which stat should I improve? I think you are encountering... It sounds to me like you're hitting enemies with proximity tangibility. Which is a modifier that makes it so you have to go into melee range to hit them. And it looks like a white mist around them. Because we have a ton of accuracy. You should never miss attacks as a Deadeye. The only time you'll miss is because of that. There's a new patch about giving belts charm slots innately. Giving us affinities to organize our stashes better.
Fury.
I think they broke.
Prepare yourself.
I'm not positive, but I think they broke the other Delirium passive. Because I should be getting 2 splinters for every one right now. And we just had 2 singles drop.
Local, need your aid.
Thunderous shot.
What? Where's the rare? Where's the rare? Oh my god, that is so grief. It started off in the floor. I just got hit by modifiers.
Hey.
I'm not gonna rant about enemies being intangible and immune to damage. Not going to rant about how that's terrible game design. Just make enemies immune to damage so that they get to do their cool thing to you before you can do anything about it. The rare just started in the floor, immune to damage because it's in the floor, with modifiers popping. It's so lame.
Easy trophy.
What did I just buy and why? Amelioration Omen. Whenever you die, prevent 75% of the XP loss. We're pushing pretty high levels at this point. We're going to 95, so losing experience is pretty detrimental.
Fury.
Okay, could we maybe... This is what we're doing, huh? Look, can we maybe fight? Oh, there we go. We're out of the ground. Dumb as hell. This is a pretty good one. Collision radius is not quite good enough to grab all that.
Risky choice.
Might as well run all that. And there's nothing really over here to grab. Flag. We'll grab all this. Grab all these. 8% cold res. How do you sustain your mana? By pressing Mana Flask.
Storm point. Quick and lethal.
For the cowgirl.
What maximum life do I expect to be pushing this build? Pretty much capped on pushing max life. I could maybe get 200 more if I dropped some rarity. But right now we're at 2200. Probably the most I'll ever see is 2400, 2500. And I'm already surviving the Death Slam from Zesht, so I can't really imagine needing any more HP, really. Just need to not be able to be one-shot. Once I have my Olroth's Flask, there shouldn't be anything in Simulacrum that can one-shot me. Then we'll be chilling.
Too weak, too slow. Out of mana. Meet your end.
If you wanted to not have to mana flask, then just sacrifice one of your suffixes for mana on kill. I definitely don't advise using a Sapphire Jewel for mana on kill. Not only would that be not a lot of mana, because 2% of 500 is not very much, but there aren't really any good Sapphires for us. So just spending a Jewel slot on 2% mana on kill isn't good. Better to spend like a ring suffix, a singular ring suffix. But I also do none of the above because just pressing Mana Flask is good enough. Go full evasion build and drop ES and not be one shot by bosses. It just feels so low compared to last league running 8k ES. Yeah, pretty much. It's because we're Deadeyes. Why? Something Deadeye can do specifically. It's because of Wind Ward. Just having 30% DR the first time you get hit, as long as you have full Tailwind stacks. There's not really a lot of things that one-shot you as you get your health pool in order. Like, I'm going to have 2,200 life, 2,300 life-ish. Then we're going to have an Olroth's Resolve Flask for 1,500. And then the 1,500 guard on top of 2,300 life. Like, yeah, nothing can really kill you through 30% DR on top of that. And you're evading all non-slam attacks. Very comfy, actually. As long as you don't just run into a million AoEs. Never die. Really struggle with one-shots. Don't know what to do. Well, options are get more life, get Olroth's Resolve, get hit by AoEs less. That's pretty much it. And also just make peace with the fact that you're going to die sometimes, and it's not really that big of a deal, especially because ameliorations are extremely cheap as far as omens go. Last league, they were up to like 70x, 80x or something. I was buying them at the end of last league, or not the end, but like the end of me playing last league. Now they're like, they've been 6 to 9x the whole league. It's super cheap to die this league. Like, oh no, I died. No, I lost like 6x. Oh well. 6x, 8x. Have you done an endgame guide giving tips? Don't juice your maps so you get for the Atlas. I was always juicing them. I haven't done one of those videos, no. That was actually something that I was thinking about doing. Was doing a Atlas guide. Just a general Atlas guide. That would be a good idea. I could do the general Atlas guide, or I could do my... Yeah, I guess it makes sense to do it in order. I guess I'll do the Atlas guide next. Atlas guide, and then do my guide for Expedition. $100, $300 map and no div today. You getting more divs? Nope. The loot sucks this league. The loot sucks this league because they made it so corruption does not consistently give +1 map level. Only 1, 2, 3 at most nodes, an entire portion of corruption on your map, have the +1 node. And then if you want to play 82s with those, you need to stack the corruption or the cleanse node with a radiation. So you have to also juice it with towers to get a radiation usually. And then you have to play it on a tier 16 map. And only then do you have a real chance at getting loot that looks like you should be getting most of the time. Like the loot's just bad. The loot's really bad this league. With this build until I get kicked off the bird, the build's insane. Yeah, you get kicked off the bird less and less until it just stops happening entirely. Like half the time I just
Enjoy your
forget that the
stay.
meter is even there. At least half the time. Hey, there's Avico. I was actually thinking about trying to incorporate Trinity Rider, Huey. I saw Trinity and thought that that might actually be some tech. Even Fubgun only has 65 divs so far. Yeah, the loot is not good this league. It feels bad. Is Magic Find worth it? Magic Find it doesn't it doesn't feel not worth it. I spent most of the league with 80+% Magic Find. And then there have been times where I've taken it off to improve my survivability in the short term while I look for upgrades with rarity. And anytime I have made that decision, my ability to juice maps higher went up and my loot went down. I just saw less loot. I saw less X's. I saw less jewelers. I saw no divs. And I got my rarity back up and I started seeing a modest amount of things dropping for me. So it feels like it's useful, but also the loot just feels like shit in general. How many divs do you farm a day? It's a good question. I haven't really kept track of my income. It's been rare that I've actually had a full day to play. Where I'm not editing a video or something. But probably like I'd hazard a guess between like 6 to 10 divs worth of resources a day. Not like raw divs dropping, but like a culmination of everything that I sell and make within a day is about 6 to 10 divs. You play evasion plus ES? No, I don't think evasion plus energy shield is good on Deadeye. 2 weeks ago and got to the end game 2 days ago. Absolutely love your guides. This build has been so much fun so far. Great experience. Awesome, man. Keep pumping. Glad the build's working out for you. Have a good league. How your Deadeye bossing is for pinnacles murders them. Let's I actually I have it all recorded from last night. I guess we can take a look at that. 1 second. Let me go try to find the footage from last night's what were they? Pinnacle fights. I did some pinnacle fights offline and I recorded all of them. Yeah, here's the T4 Zesht kill. I guess we can look at that. So I would say I played this relatively bad. I wouldn't say that this went well. Okay, here we go. This is my first tier 4 Zesht kill of the league. Did it last night. It was also the first time I had played with Tornado Shot. We were trying that out, and then I just kind of forgot to use it mostly. Yeah, like I'm not even really stacking rage. I could have had 30 stacks of rage to start the fight. That would have been big. It's a good open though. 4 mil burst DPS to start the fight. We're too fast to care about the hand thing. This is where it gets a little scary though, because now he goes into phase 2 with the hands. Dismount just so I get the dodge roll, because otherwise I was gonna die. But it's pretty chill because we have enough HP to survive a hit. That's all that really matters. Like, the difference between surviving a hit and surviving no hits is insane. The amount of difference that makes as far as the difficulty of the encounter, right? What's my tooltip DPS? Uh, it was probably a bit less in that because I did some upgrading after. It was probably like 36k unbuffed. What's my HP? 2200. That burst DPS is insane. It's pretty spicy. I mean, 4 million DPS to start the fight was kind of crazy. And that was without full rage. If I had full rage, we probably would have popped him for 5 mil before the first volley was over. POB has already pissed me off this league, by the way. I gave it another chance because it couldn't quantify my build last league. And I was like, "Oh, I wonder if I can, like, try to optimize with POB this league. My build's a little bit less complicated. Maybe it can keep up with what's going on." And then it can't even calculate blindside. I turn on blindside as a skill gem, I blind the enemy, and then my DPS doesn't change, my crit doesn't change, it just doesn't quantify it. I'm like, "Okay, POB is still as cooked as it was last league, still hate this." How do you get 5 charges of Herald of Thunder? Quality it. Is acrobatics worth adding? No. It is, but it's fundamentally impossible to get enough evasion for it to be worthwhile at this stage in the league. It's just too early in the league to get the kind of evasion required to make acrobatics work. Even worse, they nerfed Wind Dancer and they nerfed acrobatics itself, and they made it harder to get gear. So it's possible it'll just never be worth it to do acrobatics. You rely on crit mostly? Yeah, it's a crit build. A lot of the damage is crit. Energy shield and evasion build good. You can do it. I don't think it's as good. I think it has anti-synergy with Rhoa. I feel like if someone's getting annoyed with getting knocked off the Rhoa and then they decide to start running hybrid, they're going to get even more annoyed with being knocked off the Rhoa because your evasion's going to be lower, but the amount of stun threshold damage you take is going to be the same with energy shield. So someone that runs hybrid is going to be getting knocked off Rhoa the same amount as someone. Actually, they're going to be knocked off as more than someone that runs straight evasion. What item filter do I use? I use Sensei's filter. It's linked in my Discord. And also, if you type filter, exclamation mark filter in Twitch, it comes up, the YouTube video that he made for it. About to go full evasion after this patch. I will say that full evasion should be for people doing this build Deadeye, not Amazon. I would not do full evasion Amazon because Amazons do not have 30% tailwind DR to save them the way we do. So kind of need energy shield for burst protection. Which is something we just get out of our ascendancy. You have a great bow, but no crit chance on it. Should I still use Northpaw? I feel like it's a waste of damage. If your damage goes up with Northpaw, use Northpaw. If your damage doesn't go up with Northpaw, then don't use it. Good tuna. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to the guild. Full Deadeye, my build is slightly different from yours. I liked your build, so I moved to it. It's nice damage and skill combos. I like the activity of the combos, like the chaining of abilities together. I'm downloading the patch right now. Let me see if I might be able to find us the um T4 expedition kill too. Alroth. This one was a little bit funny. But did I not record it? Or did I do it before? Maybe I did it before stream. Wait, no. This has to be it, right? Oh no, this is the lake. This has to be it. No, it isn't. All right. I seem to have lost my footage for Alroth T4. That's okay though. That fight was bad. That was scuffed. He had some kind of damage reduction when he stood back up, and I flung all my damage into nothing whenever he stood up and took no damage. And like some kind of anti-burst happened, and I ran out of mana because I just poured everything into him at that moment. And then I had to bow shot him to death to finish the kill. Also updated my flask today because of that. Did not like that happened. Shout out from Sweden. Thanks you for not. Thank you for your only not LS. Oh, the only not lightning spear Deadeye build. Yeah, well, true. Slightly different. Any unique you're looking for besides Headhunter and Flask? And against the Darkness Jewel with 4% lightning damage would be cool. Tried Hiri, and it really improved survivability, especially if you're getting swarmed. Yeah, I don't really like the Hiri thing. It's good, don't get me wrong. It's really expensive. And the resistances are non-existent. It's you pay in different ways. The only support I have on the tornado shot is Font of Rage. You just throw it next to yourself to give yourself rage. You can also move your persistence from your mark to tornado shot if you want, but you don't need to. What's the most damage upgrade to look for, like major ones? If it's not a new bow, it's something else. Quiver would be next. So in order of importance of items, I would say it would go bow, quiver, and then potentially jewels. because jewels are typically cheap to get really good ones of right now because no one understands the companion damage equals damage tech. And I'm pretty sure I'm like the only build on the planet that's utilizing that. And then after that, it's ring upgrade and glove upgrade, probably interchangeably. More damage on glove, more damage on ring. How does Howa work with this build? It doesn't. Howa is pretty bad now. Howa's pretty bad for non-hard stat stacking, and even if you are a hard stat stacker, I don't know how it is anymore. It got turbo nerfed. Also doing Lightning Arrow Deadeye, what's your DPS and crit chance? 22.4 on Lightning Arrow. Critical damage is, I think, like 490. Maybe 420, something like that. Tooltip damage is 40k, unbuffed. Build is working excellent for me. I really need survivability mixed in with Fub Gun so I could get some energy shield. I mean, do what you want, but I would not follow Fub Gun's Lightning Arrow build guide. He has not played Lightning Arrow in Endgame this league, and that guide is a shell of what it used to be. He updated it to a bare bones state over the weekend so that it could stay in the top spot of Mobalytics and defer people to his other build guides. But you can tell that not a lot of effort went into it because he still has Heft on his Lightning Rod. Even though Heft doesn't add damage to Lightning Rod this league, they changed the way it works. So if someone had done that this league, they would know that it doesn't work and they wouldn't put it in their guide. That's how you know that, like, it has not been played. It's pure theory craft. What jewels have companion damage? Emeralds. Is flat lightning or percent increased lightning more important on the ring? Flat lightning. Damage went up by a solid 80 DPS. Yeah, Howa's cooked. I would not Howa with this build. We're not a stat stacker anymore. They also heavily, so besides just Howa getting nerfed, they heavily decentivized light stat stacking. Because before, you'd be able to spend like 5 of your passive points going to a jewel, and it was chill because you were picking up like 20 dexterity along the way to get the jewel, which is scaling your damage, or like 20 intelligence, whatever, right? But now there's so few jewel sockets, you can't do that. DPS should I have on my lightning arrow before all buffs? My benchmarks are, if you want to be able, like, I'm not saying that you're going to completely decimate, own, obliterate tier 4 pinnacle bosses with 40k tooltip damage. It will be a fight, but you can do it. Like, you will have the opportunity to succeed against tier 4 pinnacle content with 40k lightning arrow DPS tooltip when you're unbuffed. And 20k is like when it'll start to feel comfortable doing T15 mapping. That's like the breakpoints that I noticed as I was playing this build. Around 20k is when it felt pretty comfortable for T15s. 20k, it was also possible to do T4 Ascendancy. It wasn't free, it was a fight, but it was possible. Around 20k was when it felt possible, felt good to be attempting it. And then 40k was, yeah, I have enough damage to kill all the pinnacles. Check tabs, it's badass. Yeah, we need to cook with that real quick. Oh my god, look at that. It's so nice. Oh, I'm so happy. Why didn't it look like this initially? Expedition. Breach. Socketables. Do we have jewels? No. Ritual. Isn't that nice? That's so nice. Tablets are now sorted. Yeah. Wait, are they? I don't see tablets. I don't see tablets. Would it be just Oh, okay. Tablets or fragments? Okay, perfect. That's great. That is amazing news. All right, so what happens if I just do this? Hooray! Quality of life. That made me happy. Not going anywhere. Right here. But wow, quality of life. Cheers. Greater rune went in. Did I forget to do runes? No? Socketables? There might be a bug. Oh no. Oh no. That's okay. They tried. That's the important thing. At least they tried. Wait, my map closed? Did I not finish this map? I must not have. You're kidding. You have to hover over the location you want to go now in order to see all the thingies on it? Oh my god. Did they make that change to make it harder for Elon to embarrass himself? If that's really like that on purpose, that is unplayable. I need to be able to see my thingies. Trading post. If you want me to help you do trade links, just ping me in the trading post in my Discord with the item you're trying to replace and what you're looking for. And also, ideally, what your budget is for a new item. And I will be glad to help anybody out with their shopping. This is also something experimental that I haven't put in any of my guides yet. I don't know if I'm sticking with it or not. We're just feeling it out to see if it feels better like this, but I have currently I have concentrated effect permanently on my lightning rod, which makes it feel like the AoE is sometimes a little bit smaller than I'd like for targeting rares. Feels like I got to be pretty accurate with it against rares, which doesn't feel as comfortable as when I had it on magnified. But by doing it this way, I've changed out the third. I've changed long shot to also be on lightning rod instead of execute, which is more damage than execute. And then I've replaced long shot on Herald of Thunder with magnified effect. And I really like the results I'm getting from map clear from Herald of Thunder and Lightning Arrow now with this change. But this is probably not as good if someone's DPS is on the lower end. Like, if someone's DPS was lower, they would probably prefer to have the long shot still to give the Herald more stopping power, especially if they don't have the extra spirit for Deadly Herald. Um, but it feels pretty comfortable right now for the most part. The only thing that kind of sucks is like targeting rares with Lightning Rod. Doesn't feel super great with concentrated effect in. Feels like you got to be a little bit more accurate than you would care to be. Also, I still change to magnified when playing simulacrums because you need the extra AoE on your lightning rod. Have I tried snipe? I have snipe. Oh, you mean the skill snipe? I have tried snipe. Not on this build, but I have tried snipe. You had one rare before restart and you left it, if I recall correctly. That's hilarious. Yeah, so do you actually have to hover this shit now? Is there any way to change that? That would be that'd be ideal. How much evasion do you have? Unbuffed, just standing here with Wind Dancer on, I have 80. Full Tailwind, I'm 86. Well, that's not good. I can't see my thingies. This can't be on purpose, right? April Fools? Haha, you can't see your thingies anymore? Is that what's happening? Ingenuity or HH? Headhunter is better if you want to be better at mapping, and Headhunter with Death Rush is better for mapping. Ingenuity Double Breach is better for bossing. So it just depends on what you want to spend your time doing. You'll absolutely not need Ingenuity Double Breach to beat all of the content in the game, but if you want to be doing Pinnacles lightning fast, then I recommend the Ingenuity Double Breach as your end game goal. If you want to do mapping as fast as humanly possible, then I recommend Headhunter Death Rush. Hey, that was easier to click on. Oh, we're lagging. Oh yeah, they made that way easier to click on, by the way. What? Wait, that was a sick sound, by the way. I hadn't heard that yet. I got a reliquary key. If it looks like things are lagging, it's because they are. As the version number goes up, the stability has to go down. That's the rule. Ouch. I saw someone say something like if you pause the game for a little bit when you're getting the stuttering, it stops. Use Combat Frenzy? No. Combat Frenzy Snipe is not this build. That's a different build. How do you feel about this build compared to Gas Arrow? Less clunky, probably. Like, if you have the helmet, Gas Arrow's gonna do campaign faster than Lightning Arrow. For sure. But I feel like Lightning Rod probably has, like, more potential. Ritual Farm's still good. Ritual Farm feels really bad in early endgame for this build because you're just too squishy. You can't properly utilize your mobility. But if you're talking about, like, is Ritual feels fine for me now, either way, but I think you're probably talking about, like, is Ritual a good activity this league? And I would say not really. Audiences with the King are more common, but they're very cheap. And the Omens are more common, but they're also very cheap. But I would say that Ritual is still pretty relevant if someone has, like, if someone wants to run a low or no rarity build, then it makes a lot of sense to do Ritual because Ritual is not dependent on rarity. I was hoping to get all three of these really big flags. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Want the big chest. Looks good. Ow. I'm so glad I have enough health to survive that shit. I definitely didn't before. Big loot? Just a gold pile? Alright, fair enough. Damn, no book. Tough. What about Ice Shot? I haven't played Ice Shot to comment on Ice Shot. What even is this? Not worth that much. Does build be better on Huntress? Nope. Not definitively. Survivability would be worse. Bossing DPS would be better. Mapping would be worse. You can play it on Huntress. It's just there are trade-offs. It's not definitively better. Never finished. Never figured out what it was for. Pulled it. Place on the map, it goes. I mean, I'm gonna open it. You know I'm gonna open it. A third of a div? That isn't enough money for me to not just open it. Requires league recipe. Activation canceled. What? It's called the Reliquary Vault. Oh, okay. It's a different thing? It's this. This thing. Okay. Damn, they're really making me feel the weight of walking down this hallway. I mean, kind of a cool one, at least. At least that's when someone uses, people actually use. Do we dare identify it? It's really bad. It's a terrible Widow Hill. That didn't make it much better. Maybe someone weird will buy it just because it's foil. Stone tier 16s. Tier 16s listed up to an hour ago. All right. I know what we have to do. I'm out of Val Orbs. That match actually didn't work out that bad. What did we get? Nothing's bricked. It's all playable stuff. All right, cool. How come I don't have the Ritual Rhoa skin? Because I like this one. I like the Twitch drop armor. I didn't like the way the Ritual one looked. Thanks for to you. Have a good night. You too. What? Happened to the game sound? Oh, my bad. Forgot to turn it back on. There you go. The legendarily bad breach. Never mind, it got better.
Out of mana.
Got infinitely better.
Got no pack space for that. Stay light, stay alive.
Any solid, cheap evasion anointments for amulet? High alert. See your Zesh damage. I actually just showed it a little while ago. They recorded a T4 Zesh kill last night. It wasn't what I would call a clean kill, but it was a kill. Like, not the most horrible thing I've ever seen. Either way, I have no patience to sort it. Moment. Yeah, while we were patching, we watched a recording from T4 Zesh.
Charged arrow. No mana. I shall put you down.
Omen of Whittling, huge, big gains. It's like 2.5 divs, I think. 2.5 or 3. Yeah, they messed up the Atlas map. They need to fix it. ASAP money, they need to fix it. That is unplayable.
Quick and lethal.
Go on.
True strength comes from within, and I know for a fact.
Storming
No, I
arrow.
have no energy shield. Full evasion. Max life 2272. Companion damage increases our damage while mounted because we have the inspiring ally notable. Or, well, companion damage just increases our damage in general all the time because we have the inspiring ally notable.
Storming arrow. I shall put you down. Barely broke a sweat. Rather not break my back.
I wonder what you'll unearth.
There's a lot of flags.
Quick and lethal.
Gotta be careful of the mages that pop up the big circle. That shit does big damage. Cannot be dodged.
Stay light, stay alive.
We're gonna have to make a trip. Yeah, 100% we have to make a trip. Copy paste the passage tree, and on Amazon you can. If you do Amazon, I would say you definitely should do hybrid evasion energy shield because you don't have the tailwind ascendancy to protect you. And you're also, if you're playing it on Amazon, you're going to not want to sacrifice Falcon Dive because accuracy scaling low. And also probably I haven't played in Amazon to see how this works, but I imagine you would want nearsighted. Really. Just because that's 60% accuracy. I don't really know how that factors in there because I haven't played Amazon to see, but yeah, probably Falcon Dive and nearsighted. And yeah. Obviously, the ascendancy would be Amazon, not Deadeye. And because of that, you wouldn't have Wind Ward. Wind Ward is 30% DR, anti-burst. It's like the entire reason why 2200 life doesn't really feel squishy per se. So the hybrid ES makes more sense. No problem. I do not see frenzy charges. What game are you playing? Frenzy charges don't. Frenzy charges don't work that way in PoE 2. It's PoE 1. This is useless anyway. Might as well play the Nexus. Could have done it on 81.
Nothing you do will they remember.
Fury! An easy trophy. Nowhere to run. Out of mana. Take this! Don't mind if I do.
Hello there. An easy trophy.
Nothing. Guy yesterday was wondering if the Bills having a hard time on Pinnacle bosses. Nope. We are not having a hard time on Pinnacle bosses, as you can see. D4 Zesh done. D4 Ulroth done. 2 out of 4 Sims done. And this would be done if I could be bothered to buy the other 2 audiences, but I'm not feeling Ritual this league.
Out of mana. Meet your end. Take this!
That was cute. No need to increase companion HP, and I wouldn't look into it. There are ways. Well, there are ways to increase companion HP, but just don't. No reason to. So now the area has been cleansed. (169% increased rarity of items). So it does re-roll that. That's interesting. (201% increased rarity of items). It's going pretty well. Not going bad, Max. We're just farming away at the moment.
Fury! An easy trophy.
If I was ever gonna die, this would be the map for it to happen. There's just so much nonsense inside Valve Factory.
Out of
Oh, we got it. Yeah, like I said, so much nonsense in Valve Factory. It killed my bird.
I need more mana. Face me. Patience. No mana. I don't have enough mana.
Are you guys seeing the vision? I think I saw the vision there for a minute. Rocket engine to a deer. Link my bow to you by chance. New to the omen crafting. I don't want to mess it up. I mean, I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm an omen crafter. I'm poor. I've never omen crafted anything. I could take a look, but I don't think you should listen to me.
Storm point. broke a sweat. Stay light, stay alive. Now this will come in handy.
Switch to full evasion, immediately noticed the difference. Never got knocked off. Chocobo, actually great. Thanks for the pointers and tips. No problem.
What is it?
I've seen this one. It's cool. Yeah, I happen to have a loot filter that is relevant for T1 mappers. I just use the basic filter blade setup. I think I started off on semi-strict when I was mapping. And that felt fine. If you want like the sounds and the visuals of this one, that's a preset by Sensei. There's a link to it in my Discord.
Thunderous shot.
Their YouTube video of it, which has the links. And then you can just choose whichever preset you want for the actual filtering.
Quick and lethal.
Ouch. Nothing. Chaos orb. Nothing.
Nowhere to run. I need more mana.
It, for their own meeting? That sucks, dude.
Yes.
That is lame. Pretty good. Oh, man. Damn. That ain't bad at all. Ooh, step. Fun.
Fury. Barely broke a sweat.
Hmm. Damn, fires 2 additional arrows. That is a thick bow. That thing is so awesome. Yeah, if you fix the life per enemy killed, like probably won't change bows at all for the rest of the league. That thing is too awesome. The +2 arrow. I think a +3 arrow bow is like the dream.
Quick and lethal.
Closer to a fantasy because of how expensive they are.
Out of mana. For luck. You there, local. Come. Out of mana. No mana. Meet your edge. Storming arrow.
Playing the Helldivers theme? I did not. That's funny though.
Gambling with our lives.
Our
Yes.
steadfast support.
Squid, thank you for the 1 year, man. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in.
And lethal. Counter!
All right. Not the worst map ever. Show your bow. Short. Divine Ultimatum. If you want to see the rest of my gear, by the way, pinned at the top of the channel, like the top of the chat in YouTube, is my build guide on Mobalytics. If you click on live gear set, you can see what I'm currently wearing. I keep it updated. You can check that anytime as well in the future. This was my full build guide. You can access it on Twitch as well by typing exclamation mark build in the chat, and it'll come up. She's just speaking binary to me. Meme chats, you can see it if you want. Can't tag you for some reason, but I tagged you. Wait, can't tag me? That's weird. I am taggable. Might be because I'm offline, I guess? I don't think so. People still tag me all hours of the night regardless. We're doing the maximum number of thingies, as Elon would say. Actually, no, he got excited because he was doing 5 thingies. We're doing 4 thingies.
Storming arrow. Nowhere to run. Barely broke a sweat.
Have the same map tab name? Nice. Everybody should have that as their map tab name. The legendary map tab name.
You there, local. Come here.
There's not really any good modifiers to attach here. Do something like this. Doesn't seem very good though. I can't even get the box and the big flag. Oops. Yeah, it's kind of fried. All right, let's go back one. Go there, and then go up. Just cluster flags.
Storming arrow. Too weak, too slow.
It's a great idea without even discussing it. All PoE players got Elon Maps as their map tab. Yeah. What project am I working on when I'm done with this build? So before I'm actually done with this build, the next video that I'm going to be making is just a Atlas guide, like an Atlas juicing guide, or how to complete the Atlas, and like just a basic rundown of how the Atlas works in Dawn of the Hunt,
Need more mana.
because it's fundamentally different than it was. And I think there's like some good talking points that people could benefit from generally.
Need more time.
And it's like a video that'll have some longevity, I hope. And then from there, I'm going to finally make my expedition guide that I wanted to make last league. Then after that will probably be, by then will be the final version of this build. After that, either new mechanical guides based on the changes that were made, like a new Breach guide would probably make sense, considering my original Breach guide is like the best video on my whole channel. So making another updated Breach guide would probably make sense.
Barely broke a sweat.
And at that point, probably a different build. Probably revisiting the Spiral Volley idea. I want to finish that build. Make a play-tested, good version of that that people can use to beat the game with. Even if it's not Rhoa. It was just what I wanted to play this league, so I want to finish it. Those are my current projects. Speed and speed clearing. Do you have to use Rhoa for this build? It's kind of like there isn't really a reason to not. The Rhoa just has so many benefits. There isn't a reason to really run it without it. You can run it without it. You'd have to switch your Deliberation for mobility and Lightning Rod. And you'd have to get more expensive jewels.
Got no pack space for that.
Get stunned so hard with Rhoa, need more stun threshold, more HP, make sure your resistances are maxed, don't play on maps that have stun threshold as the modifier, and keep an eye on your stun meter. Eventually you should stop getting thrown off. At this stage in the game, it's excruciatingly rare for me to get thrown off. Well, that's because Energy Shield has no synergy with Rhoa, because Energy Shield does not affect stun threshold buildup unless you spend points on it.
An easy trophy.
And also your buddy's playing Amazon, I believe, as well, so they don't have DR in their tree. Which means, like, whenever I get hit, it's mitigated 30%. As long as I only get hit once every 10 attacks from me. But if someone is playing Amazon, then their stun meter will build up faster. Innately. Because they don't have 30% DR. No, it's not worth spending points on. But Amazon should also probably just play hybrid because they don't have the DR like I was saying. It's definitely not a great idea. I know this now for a fact after watching it happen firsthand. It's not a great idea to be full evasion with Amazon. Because you just don't have the DR to survive pinnacle slams the way Deadeye does. It requires an unrealistic amount of HP or the Olros Resolve Flask to survive hits. Full evasion without Rhoa in general looks really scary. It is. It was better last week, though. Visceral for the critical hit chance, right? Visceral? What are we talking about, Visceral? Oh, this guy is annoying. Lightning rods don't always go the way they're supposed to.
Fury.
Yeah, they're not chaining. How'd he kill my bird while I was on it? That didn't make sense. Visceral quiver. Yeah, I use a visceral quiver.
Go on.
Yep, use a visceral quiver. Is there paradise over here? There is. That could be huge. I am trying to hit level 95.
In my sights. Barely broke a sweat. Fury. Out of mana.
Enjoy your stay.
An easy trophy.
Where's the queen at? East side of the map, maybe? Doesn't really make sense. South side? Nope, northwest. Okay. Movement speed important if you use a Rhoa, because the Rhoa's movement speed is equal to your movement speed. Set of mods on maps you're going to avoid when you prepare maps. Temporal chains and increased stun buildup. Those are the two that I will never play. But everything else is on the board. Oh my god. She keeps shifting where her body is.
Thunderous shot.
These stun animations need toned down, man. It just pushes the boss out of my shit. It's irritating. Saw the leveling video for Lightning Arrow. It was masterful. Thanks.
Go on.
I put quite a bit of effort into my guides. Oh, look at that. Has 2 charm slots. Not cute. I gotta get a new heavy belt with charm slots. Actually, I'm really curious if the ingenuities are just screwed. I wasn't going to go ingenuity. I actually, if I had an infinite amount of divines, I would just go headhunter. Because headhunter would be arguably more fun and better stream content, I think. This headhunter says has 4 charm slots. That is that's pretty cool. On the trade site. That's super fun. Just a bunch of charm slots. Dude, I am 100% doing that. Not really what we want. All right, we gotta curate something here. Let's try some curation. 31% XP gain. I only have 1 that isn't corrupted.
Hello there.
How much do these cost at this point? Probably not a lot. Yeah, only 5x. Where is... Yeah, I have it in here. Okay. Damn it. You were supposed to be the chosen one. You're supposed to go to 16. What are the odds someone's going to sell me AT16 with XP gain within the hour? Probably not high. There's no way this is a real offer. I don't even know why I bothered. That one's toxic. I guess mob density would also be fine. It doesn't need to be XP. I think the XP is additive, so it actually makes more sense to do density. Have any good pack sizers? Any pack sizers?
Enjoy your stay.
Not great. That one's better. All right, one of these are gonna do it for sure. LA tooltip, 41,000. Show your bow, sure. Have a list. Have a list you put in the search bar to see if there are any on your maps. Oh yeah, whenever I'm getting rid of maps, I type temporal chains. And then anything that comes up gets thrown into the guild bank. Priority list for someone just hitting maps, what would it look like? 75 res first, switch to crit focus to a KHP, etc. I think I went over the priorities. I think I went over the priorities in my endgame build guide video. Actually, I had a priority list and it went in order hilariously, so it's literally exactly what you asked for. Endgame bosses with this build? Yes, you can. Here's my endgame atlas. Zesht is done. Olroth is done. This would be done if I could be bothered to buy 2 more audiences, but I just don't feel like playing Ritual. And this is the only thing that's actually challenging. And it was challenging last league, but it is very, like, doable. Yeah, I would watch the endgame video. I actually have exactly what you're looking for. And I haven't done any of this because I also just don't care about any of this. The build can certainly do it. It's just, I do not care. I have to do it for YouTube, but I'm definitely taking my time. Alright, well, increased rare monsters and magic monsters is gonna have to do. So I don't feel like overpaying for these maps. Actually... Wait, this is hella good. Will they actually sell me this? No way, right? Oh my god. Oh, come on. Seriously? Alright, I don't care. Enough. Just run it.
Storming arrow. Too weak, too slow. No mana. Easy prey.
How much XP was that even? Didn't even seem like that much. Maybe 5%-ish? 5 or 6?
Yes.
I should have just let it sit there and come back to it later when I had a good map for it. Would have made more sense. Oh well. I think that's just another, yeah, it's another copper citadel. That is another stone citadel. Actually, no. Maybe not.
Fury! Quick and lethal. Submit! Storming arrow. No mana. An easy trophy.
It's like the video sped up.
Go on.
I mean, you're not far off. That's kind of what that does. Oh, Whisper of the Brotherhood. Cool ring. I feel like any builds use this, so. Bored of the Lightning Spear build, don't want to reroll. Well, there's always next league, I suppose. Maybe by then there will be a reason to reroll. I don't really want to traverse. I just want to blast juiced maps. But my brain is being confused by this change where I'm not allowed to see any of my juice. I do not like this. This is the opposite of good. Oh, it's got +1 monster level, but there isn't anything else to support it. Update bad. Update's good. It's just, I think that's a bug that you can't see your thingies.
Fury.
Oh, I'm temporal chains. This is the worst thing on the planet. How did I not notice this map had temporal on it? I need a speed shrine ASAP. Or to die. Dying would be good too.
Out of mana.
Never mind, I want to live. Living's good. Life isn't so bad after all. Maps have Looch. It still looks faster than bleed. Hey, Loopy. You call it a night. Commander to figure out a way to kill Zesh. Streaming describes me investigating swapping charms build, so I figured probably a good time to wrap it up. Oh yeah, charm. Good point. Charms could actually be really fun to play around now. How much DPS does my bow have? 350, I think.
Charged arrow.
Thank God. No, I'm still chained. They fixed the bug. No. Why would you fix that?
Quick and lethal.
You horrible fucker. Whoever fixed that. Fuck you. Oh my God. You stay chained when you die now. I'm good. Cast on charms use. Kind of neat. All right.
Hello there.
Still a big net positive there, for sure. If you're playing my build, you're still early endgame, but you're pushing over level 90 into like 92, 93, 94. Start using these, please. It's objectively the right thing to do. I can't believe the curses stay when you die, dude. That's so messed up. Black screen of death every time I throw a lightning spear. Well, that sucks. Herald stacking is sadly missed. Herald stacking was actually overrated. I don't think many people really realized how overrated the Herald interaction was. I mean, it wasn't overrated for monks, but it was very overrated for Deadeye.
Nothing
Fury. An easy trophy. I need more mana.
I need to remember to kill my breach rares fast. Because they have Soul Eater, thanks to my tree. I'm buffing the hell out of them.
Storming arrow.
Every little peon I kill is just gassing them up. Hey, look, guys, it's the funny spear. Oh, you'll love this, Loopy. Guess what? You know what else is broken? This doesn't work anymore either. They broke this. It gives 50% more and then it rounds down to 1.
Barely broke a sweat.
So there's practically nothing you can do with your Delirium tree that's relevant.
Nowhere to run.
It's like one thing you can do and that's the right point. And all it does is give you one extra emotion per run. It is wonderful being able to do that, though. That is so nice. We love that. Is this worth anything? I feel like not really. The crit's not terrible. 16 out of 20. I'm not sure if I should check PoE trade to try and price this, or if I should just look at Fubgun's view count. I think either would give me a decent approximation of how much this thing costs right now. Last I looked, it was like 50x. For funny spear. I should really reinstall the overlay. I just hate Overwolf. Overwolf is gross. But critical hit chance. I mean, it looks worthless. Pretty sure it's worthless. Yeah, I mean, these aren't getting sold. That's so crazy. The most busted build in the game uses a spear that's 20x. It's gonna be wild if they don't make any changes at all that will hurt a build. See, what the fuck is this though? What? Why did they spam at 20x, but then you put it up at 50, and it's like, I don't understand. I guess because it's 16 crit. Maybe it's because this one, yeah, this one's bad, like actually bad. Maybe this one will get 50.
Thunderous shot. Barely broke a sweat.
One to 5x a few days ago. Well, a few days ago, Bubgun had made his video on the Deadeye build that breaks the game or whatever. I haven't actually watched the whole thing. I just watched the intro to it, which also made me ever so slightly low-key salty because whoever his editor is definitely saw my latest video and was like, that's a pretty cool intro. I'm going to do that slightly differently.
Thunderous shot.
It's just like too similar to be a coincidence.
Barely broke a sweat.
your
Ouch.
stay.
My intro is nice. Been similarly done. If you're trying to justify how their intro could be so similar to mine 2 days apart, like that similar, it's not gonna happen. It's from the same interview. The joke is told the exact same way. Same kind of music. Same class, different build. Nah. I'm not saying I'm the first person to have ever done it. I'm saying that they 100% did that intro after seeing mine. Which is fine.
Storming arrow.
It doesn't matter. Take it as a compliment. Eh. Wait. Yeah.
Fury.
Oops.
You won't escape. Scream all you like. It won't help you.
I love being able to just throw everything into my stash and it figures it out, dude. That's a W update in my book. I don't care about anything else. Let me throw everything into my stash, have it organize itself, and let me just go blast again. The best thing ever. This is a bad map. I read chaos damage. Greater Adept Rune doesn't go to Affinity. Oh well. ATJK. I really don't like having to hover over my thingies. I hope they fix that bug. I hope it is a bug. If it's intended design, someone needs fired.
Fury! Quick and lethal.
Trying to buy a belt right now and get like, that's probably fried. Surely chance swords have to be really expensive right now, right? Because people are trying to chance new versions of the headhunter. Probably a good time to sell headhunters if you're not the gambling type. I mean, chance shards. Good time to sell chance shards if you are not the gambling type. That is what I meant to say.
One by one.
Cute.
Barely broke a sweat. Storming arrow. Stay light, stay alive.
Thought all your work was done until you saw it was a bug.
The speed.
That would have been sad. They just wiped the map. Can you imagine? These are shit.
Does hope Zesh now lies dormant?
This is the best patch ever. Damn. Hit the game for sure. Add the sound files anywhere specific for them to work with the loot filter. The sound files go in the same file as your loot filter. The sounds should just be in the same place as the filter itself for it to work. All right, if I could scratch together a couple more divs, could potentially get our Alroth flask. And if we got our Alroth flask... Oh yeah, how much does... This is probably going up, right? I imagine. Not that much. It is going up, though. I think it was 30-something a couple days ago. I try my luck with that.
Hello there.
Would also just be nice to get it done. Oops. That's the guild bank. I have X. I want audience. I want 2. Okay. Let's go ahead and get this done. I have a 1-digit budget. Sell me an upgrade. I don't think I have. I doubt it. Everything I have for sale is junk. Actual loot is pretty poor. My points are in, right? Yeah, they are. Okay. His ass. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and change this. And that's all I have to change. We don't change anything else.
Fury.
Nothingness approaches.
I couldn't tell if we were phasing. Are we phasing yet? Yeah, we're phasing. Okay.
Wild One's power is mine! Hate us for wanting to exist.
Hey! Finally! Took me 2 leagues, I finally got one. Huge. I bought this bow for 3 divs. Head and kill him again real quick.
One thorn grip. Fade to the darkness.
What?
You unseen. Thorn grip. No. Mark for death. The Wild One's power is mine!
Thunderous shot. Out of mana.
Oh shit.
Oblivion awaits!
That's not good. Did I not? I didn't fill up my flask after the last fight.
No mana.
You are seen.
I'm gonna have to die. Yeah, it was my bad. I think I went in without my flask filled. I just burned through all my mana.
Hello there.
Put this away before I do something dumb. Because I definitely do not want to identify it. What was I doing? Right. Okay. This. Solo that boss, yeah. Yeah, I dropped the ball there. I did not refill mana after fighting him the last time. That was pretty grief.
Fury.
Dark effigy! Wildwood's power is mine! You have seen. Keep on nothing else.
No mana. Got no pack space for that.
Go on. Yes?
I am muted. Look at that. Whoops. Yeah, I messed up on that last fight because I didn't refill my mana flask before fighting him again. So that was an int. Yes, I do solo that boss. And yes, I did make a command for the filter because it was coming up frequently enough that it just made sense. Like, I came in here to start streaming. I looked at my Twitch chat and someone had, while I was offline, someone had typed !filter because they were looking for the filter. Still got him hitless though. That's funny. What do my passives look like? So yeah, the filter has definitely been coming up enough. People like the filter. The build's also, if you type S, like, this is what my passives look like, but if you just type !build, the build's gonna come up. I haven't really done anything. Yeah, I think there is one thing that I wanted to mention to you. Ultimatum keys and barrios are kind of loud and a little bit eccentric for, like, I get that they're keys and the sound effect definitely fits, but they are like louder than they probably should be. The sound effect definitely fits, but they're kind of loud. That's the only thing I've noticed that was like out of place though. Everything else is on point. No acrobatics. Acrobatics is pretty bad this league. They gutted it pretty bad. Made it very hard to run. Well, now we're done with everything except for Arbiter and Delirium. And Delirium will probably wait until... We're going to wait on doing... We're going to finish Delirium after we have the Alroth Flask, because Alroth Flask is going to make it pretty comfy. Uh, 44k unbuffed with pinpoint critical. 41 without. No, that's it, Sensei. That's the only thing I noticed. Everything else pretty clean. I got a key today. The special key. I heard the sound for the first time. Yeah, I heard it for the first time. Okay. We have an unidentified host buff utility built. What's it worth? With 3 charm slots. I'll give you a div right now. Valid. Yeah.
Word of our community's acclaim spreads.
Bliggity Blarg. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to the stream, Raiders. What a name. That's hard to say. Actually, I should just search unidentified. Identified, no. Okay, well, it's definitely not one div. This trade site's being a liar. There's no way. People love gambling too much. Okay, with 3 charm slots, they start at 2 divs, but I'm not entirely convinced that someone isn't price fixing. I'm paranoid that everyone price fixes everything this league. I don't have the only one. There's a couple people that have them already. What were Ingenuities before the patch? Oh yeah, true. I could just like try to buy them, and if they actually sell me it, then that's the price, eh? That would make sense. There are not many of them, by the way. There is... I think I see one with 3 charm slots. Unidentified here. That's it. Yeah, there's one of them for 2 div. Let's see. 2 of them. There are 2 of them for 2 div. They got up to 250 to 300 on standard. They would have traded it. So it seems real. Like they would have actually traded it. Unidentified. Free charm slot. We'll try 2 divs. Yeah, it's not very exciting. 2 divs. If it sells, that's great. That's the money I need, basically. It feels really bad that the only way you can figure out where the market truly begins is to whisper someone and piss in their Cheerios. There's basically no other way to figure out what something's worth. Truly worth. People just lie perpetually by price fixing. You should probably just wait until they come down, Jerry. Since the patch just hit. Like Leapy said his was 40x before this patch. So the only reason they're expensive right now is because of the charm slots change. Old belts are not going to go down, but why would you want the old belts? Like, it doesn't make a difference, right? Aren't they 3 charm slots either way? But isn't it the same charm slots no matter what?
An easy trophy.
Help you price your bows. You could ping me in my Discord in the trade channel. After stream, I'll take a look. Dude, POV with my build is fried. Blindside won't calculate in POV. Found that out today. I finally made a POV because I was being bugged for it so much. And I was like, well, surely they'll have like made it work with a wider range of builds compared to last league. Like, surely I'll be able to actually check my DPS with POV this league. No, still doesn't really work. POV isn't tracking lightning rod damage correctly because it won't calculate blindside. If you put blindside in as a skill gem and then check the box to say enemy is blinded, your critical stats won't change. Only your accuracy-based stats will change and your evasion-based stats will change. So it just doesn't understand that blindside is a gem or what blindside does. Your build is awesome. Started out following a different build and just found yours last week and subbed. The shit slaps and went from dying on T1 maps to white mobs, smashing T15s. Awesome. That is, I love to hear that. That is my favorite thing. Glad you're having a good league, man. Build's working for you.
An easy trophy. Fury.
After we get the Allroth Flask, there won't really be anything left to do.
Nowhere to run.
For the final version of the build guide, except get a headhunter. And I don't even really need the headhunter for the video per se. It's just gonna make the footage look a lot cooler if I have a headhunter. This is pretty much the only reason I want it. The flask is like 12 divs now. 10 divs, 12 divs, 14 divs, somewhere around there. Allroth's Resolve immediately heals the amount on the tin. And any excess healing above your maximum life becomes Guard for 10 seconds. Guard is functionally extra HP. So as long as we have a setup where we can just continually be popping our life flask every 10 seconds without losing charges, which is pretty possible. It was possible last league. I did it last league. You can pretty much just say our effective health is 1500 better or more. Since anytime you take damage, you can also just immediately react by overhealing your life with 1500 HP. Fix the volume, and I'll look and see if I can find another volume that is too high. They just changed it to have 1 no extra? No. It just has between 1 and 3 now. And you can see it before it gets identified. Now it has, yeah, mine has 3. Which would have been a big bummer if it wasn't 3, by the way. But I feel like, hold on. Was it RNG before how many charm slots Utility Belt had before? Was it 1 to 3 before? Or was it always 3? It looks like it was RNG before. It was 1 to 2. So it's actually better now. It's actually better now, and there's more RNG involved. Major weakness is defense. 75 evasion, only 1700 life. More life. Life is extremely effective at extending our ability to live. Typically when we die, it's because we get 1 shot. taking anything less than a one-shot lets us heal back up and be okay, but getting truly one-shot sucks. You get enough HP, it basically stops happening for the most part. We also have Wind Ward in our corner, so we get 30% DR when we get hit. So as long as something doesn't hit us so hard that it's our full health bar plus 30%, we're chilling. Life on every piece you can, yeah. Like belt and helmet should absolutely have HP because they have the least number of auxiliary stats that we need. Like, all the belt and the helmet are here for really is life and resistances. To a lesser degree, helmet helps us stack evasion, but it's not super important this league because we can't get to acrobatics comfortably. And then boots is good to stack life on, although movement speed takes priority. So sometimes getting resistances, life, and movement speed is expensive. It's not a bad idea to early on, instead of going for damage on your gloves, just go for HP reses on your gloves. Just to have life. Chest piece should absolutely have life. Although this is usually your most expensive item because you want resistances, you want life, you want evasion, you want a lot of things. So it's pretty tough, typically, to get a good chest piece. It's a bit easier this league, though, because most everybody is evasion energy shield pilled. So they're running the Falconeer jacket. Amulet, if you can make it happen, should have maximum life and spirit. Maximum life, spirit, projectile skills, that's the priority. And yeah, your ring can have life as well. Mine doesn't. I have rarity instead. And you can also get a critical hit chance on your helmet. That's a good line, but I have rarity instead. We don't need a whole lot to survive, so kind of ends up in a situation where we can actually afford to stack a decent chunk of rarity. Just because we're not running very many or any uniques until ultra late game. Well, besides Death Rush. But everybody's doing Death Rush. Oh yeah, this is like a minor thing, but get a good... Everyone should get a good corruption on their Death Rush. It's not very expensive. What do you think of the Hiri chest? I think it's really expensive and not that great. I think it's overpriced for what it is. I think no one would think twice about it if Jungron didn't call it the best chess piece in the game. Not finding much currency, pretty broke. 94 rarity, yeah. Did you finish your Atlas? Atlas is a huge part of it, this league. If you don't have your Atlas finished, you feel like you get absolutely nothing. Pretty much need to have this part of the Atlas done, this whole section, or you just make no money this league. I do think Kiri chest is good, but I think it's really overpriced.
Storming arrow. Quick and lethal.
And I don't think I'll ever run it or want to run it.
No mana.
Enjoy your stay.
Always talk a lot with
Mana.
chat. I actually don't know who that is. He played music and you don't. I've thought about playing music, but I haven't really found time to set it up. Since I stream to both Twitch and YouTube, it's a little bit more complicated. I don't really care if my VODs get muted on Twitch, but I'd like my streams to be monetized on YouTube. Stopped streaming ever since PoE 1 went to shit. That's interesting because I actually haven't played PoE 1 very much. I played one league. Played it to completion, had my fun, decided it wasn't worth the carpal tunnel and put it down. That piano keying flask thing with no WASD movement really put me off playing much more. Yeah, I know there's a way to do it, it's just annoying to set up. There's a way that I can play music on Twitch, have it not be recorded in my Twitch VOD, have it not be recorded in my YouTube VOD, and have it not play on YouTube.
Yes.
But it is a little, ever so slightly more complicated than I'm willing to sit down and figure out. Like, not the worst ring I've ever seen. These 5 Exalt tabs, by the way, are just here for show at this point. I throw everything into 20. If it doesn't sell for 20, it's getting turned into shards at this point. Yeah, you can dodge the YouTube completely. Elon's maps. Doing now. Tier 8's blast through to get Atlas points, only T5 corrupted. Is that a good start? Use low tiers to blast through Atlas points. Yeah, just blast through Atlas as fast as you can. Just power across the map. Do your towers with 6 mods to max them out. And then either juice them up right then and there or juice them up later after you've finished your Atlas and you're playing higher tier maps, and just enjoy all of the juice you created along the way. It's the best way to do it. The Widowhail bow is fine to use with my build until somewhere between Act 2 and Cruel difficulty. It's going to fall off for you depending on how good your quiver is, and then you're going to have to start using a real bow. But it's good at the start, because bows suck at the start. Really low damage. It'll all depend on your quiver, though, right? Like, if you don't have a good quiver, then Widowhail's bad. Or I would be enjoying all the juice I created along the way, you know, if I could see it. Thanks, GGD. No juice. Where did juice? Well, I want to do Fractured Lake, but it's kind of far away. Fractured Lake is such a cool map. I've only done it once, but it was a really cool experience. Wait, you're telling me if I relog, I'll be able to see my juice? This is just a visual bug that's going to go away when I press play right here? It does say I'm downloading content now. Downloading content. Oh, here we go. I've been having some pretty bad input delay since the patch happened, but not a whole lot more than normal.
Oh, the weary
Storming
traveler
arrow.
draws close to the end of its
An easy trophy. Nowhere to run. Fury. Quick and lethal. Patience.
Yeah, being able to see rares from the start and the change to affinities, definitely huge W changes, big quality of life. Generally made the game much more enjoyable across the board. Just as two very simple things.
Fury. Now this will come in handy. Face me.
You can see your juice, huge.
Too slow.
It really is just a case of getting enough HP to survive random bullshit. Like, we're sitting at 2270 tonight, and we've died twice. One of which was because I was temporal chains in the middle of a massively juiced map, begging to die. And the other one was during the T4 King in the Mist kill, where I forgot to refill my mana flask before fighting him after fighting tier 3. But we have not been actually one-shot all night. How do you deal with mana? Simple. You press your mana flask.
Speed.
See, this is one we don't play. If you're playing my build, either be extremely careful if you do play one of these. You see the monsters have 200% increased stun buildup. Just be super careful if you're playing one of these and keep extra special eye on your stun meter. And if you get hit by a spicy physical slam, don't be surprised if you just fly off the bird. Like, this stun buildup modifier is bad. What stats my mana flask? My mana flask is amount recovered and reduced charges per use. The funny thing about the stun change, I don't know why they worded it the way they did. They said they reduced the stun buildup of projectiles and ranged attacks, but that does affect heavy stun buildup. Like they said, light stuns will be less common. We're reducing stun buildup, but by reducing stun buildup, they're also reducing heavy stun buildup. Why didn't they just say it together? It's just unnecessarily confusing in the patch notes, but yeah, it definitely makes it so we'll fly off the bird less. Isn't that weird? I could kind of forgotten that was a thing. Hey, we can see the juice. Look at all of our thingies. So many thingies. Why does it sound like your voice changes how it sounds every 5 minutes or so? I don't know. Oh, this is a good map. We love a little bit of a ravine. Give me a speed shrine. Let's hit the gas.
Too weak. Too slow. Submit.
Running this build before spending the money to switch to Amazon. Which do you think would be better with this build? Like Amazon or Ritualist? Which do I think is better with this build? Probably almost certainly Amazon. This is a crit build, so almost assuredly Amazon would function better between the two. How you attack so fast? Attack speed.
Fury.
Here we go. Alright, screw the ritual. Don't care.
An easy
Bye,
choice.
ritual. I don't want to go back for that X, but I will. Get it.
Need more time. I need more
A wise man once said, "The only vision I see is my nuts on Jonathan's forehead."
Need more time. Nowhere to run.
And I thought that was super funny. The universe seems to agree that that comment was super funny.
Out of mana.
This ritual reward's not good anyway. Got a 2-minute ad. Damage for ants. I really hope you're not calling my damage against 80% DR from Delirium low.
Speak.
I hope that's not what we're doing. That would be sure something.
Yes.
Delirium fog in your map has double difficulty scaling with distance from the mirror. Considering I was in Ravine, odds are pretty good that we hit 100% delirium, if it doesn't go higher than that. So, that boss was taking 20% damage. Just throwing that out there. If anyone was curious how delirium works.
Storming arrow.
You are
And 50x trade, that almost makes me want to stop the dopamine I'm getting right now to trade. All right, trading. I'm also, in case anyone was curious, I am also giving my rares Soul Eater inside of Breach. So just giving them stacking DR when I kill things near them. Sick.
Speak. Enjoy your stay.
And I wish that was a 10 times on the Reaver. Oh yeah, Loopy, I got a 10 times Reaver Catalyst
Charge, Arrow.
from the passive earlier. Huge.
In my sight. An easy trophy.
Okay, we need to not let them Soul Eater. This would be bad. Kill their ears when they spawn. There's a 6x splinter. That had to have come out of the hand. I'm gonna see if this feels more consistent.
Nature's fury.
I think it will. I think it's better with concentrated still. He definitely would have died faster if I left the concentrated on. Go to Greater Jewelers. I'm low on funds. Probably just a divine. Do I use it on Herald or sell? I would sell it. If you need funds, I would sell Graders and hope you get a perfect later. The way Graders work now, I feel like it's not necessary to ever really use them. Outside of your core ability.
Storm point.
That guy just... okay.
An easy trophy.
Just died before I could lightning arrow. Not bad. Want to do a perfect for LA? That's worth.
Yes.
Yeah, LA is really the only one that needs the perfect until you reach pinnacle content. And then you would want your lightning rod to have it. And the Herald is big luxury for a third perfect. The only reason I had them so early was because I just happened to drop 3 perfect jewelers pretty decently early.
Time is not on our side.
If that didn't happen, then probably to this day my Herald wouldn't be 5 link. How much crit chance I have? Short. Crit chance is 22.43, goes up to 37.43 on blindside. 410 critical damage bonus goes to 425. That's pretty much it. Just a third of the time, we're slinging for 5 times the meat. It's pretty hard. And then lightning arrow, of course, because it's got ambush, is just critting everything 100 of the time on the first shot for 510% damage. If you get a perfect drop, I would use it on Rod. You're going to need 6 link on Rod eventually for pinnacle bossing. It's pretty important. All of your bossing DPS is dependent on Rod. I really can't get over that. Someone's eventually gonna tell him.
Go on.
Hello.
Surely. Tell him that half doesn't work on lightning rod, and he should probably not have that in his guide with 8,000 followers pinned to the top of Mobalytics that says it's been updated. It's not more DPS. I'm aware of the 6 stacks. It's in my video. I'm aware that you can +1 the Herald, but there's no need to do that over the setup I have. Magnified Deadly Herald reach. But in my video, I said if you don't have Deadly Herald spirit, then to do the +1 with Lightning Mastery. Yeah, gem quality is important. I have a gem quality priority in my build guide pinned to the top of the chat. Gem quality priority is in the leveling section of the guide.
Barely broke a sweat. In my sights.
Cool. Not gonna bother finishing this ritual, probably.
Fury.
Actually, I might. It is 4. Yeah. Uh-oh.
What luck? Barely broke a sweat.
About to stream. Cheers for the detailed guide you've been updating. Near only person playing Deadeye LA this season I can find and clearing pinnacle bosses with ease using your build. That's awesome. There haven't actually been that many people at Pinnacles to tell me how it's been going for them with Pinnacles. So that's sick that it's working for you on Pinnacle content. Oh, I missed my mirror because it was in some random ass room. That is sad. I feel it, Mr. Krabs. I'm sad about it. Ow.
Thunderous shot.
They killed my bird. Come on, bird. Reincarnate already. I missed 2 buttons. I was not locked in this map.
trophy.
Well, I exploded.
Salvation remains, as ever, out of your grasp.
It didn't one-shot me, but it was physical damage, so it took me off the bird. Oh well. I am pretty over Ritual. It is a little bit too slow-paced for my liking with this build anyway. Mobs spawn slow. They have invincibility frames when they spawn. On-death effects are cringe when you have nowhere to go. The effects in Ritual are cringe.
Yes.
And it makes no money on top of it all compared to last league. Quiver, critical chance. Attack speed, damage better than +2 all projectiles. Yes, especially because you're gonna... You're going to run out of mana if you do projectile skills. You should absolutely not do projectile skills on your bow because you will run and it's not as good as other base stats. Projectile skills was better last league on Quiver because we could easily get over 100% Quiver effect between jewels and our passive tree. But this league, it's only going to cap out at +3. Pretty much for everybody. Which is not as impressive as the baseline +4 we had last league. That and us being a critical build now compared to last league, projectile skills just isn't in the picture for our Quiver. Projectile skills, don't get me wrong, could very well be more impactful than a crit line here. But, the mana costs alone are going to make it not worth it. It's not going to feel good. It's going to get very depressing.
Enjoy your stay.
Just get a mirror from the ritual reward. Yeah, speaking of which, did you guys see that rage bait video that guy made that got banned for abusing the ritual exploit? And he was like, I did nothing wrong. I was using in-game mechanics as intended. I've played Path of Exile for years and made content for 8 months. And right from the beginning, whenever he starts off with, I've made content on PoE for 8 months, PoE 1 and PoE 2. So that means you're very familiar with Path of Exile, is what I take away from that. And then the next point he brings up is I was banned for using game mechanics as they were written and intended. And that is lawyer speak for I knew exactly what I was doing was wrong, but I feel like I should get away with it because the game mechanics didn't tell me I shouldn't. And my honest reaction to that is, should have been a perma ban, lol. What's a good price for the Deepest Tower Spirit Bone Crown? I think it's like 3 divs, maybe more, depending on if Loopy has shipped it yet. I don't know. I don't think Loopy's made his new video on it yet, so it probably hasn't doubled in price yet.
Quick and lethal.
What point are you starting to run acrobatics? Probably never, to be honest with you. The loot this league sucks, so the evasion required to run acrobatics has gone up from last league. Acrobatics itself was nerfed, Wind Dancer was nerfed, and the gear sucks. So it's just infinitely harder to make acrobatics actually worth it compared to last league. Odds are pretty low it'll ever be worth it. What is my flask doing? Why is it empty? I need to stop running whatever map mod does this. Running out of blast guard just sucks. I just realized, does Soul Eater count as an extra mod for loot? I feel like it does.
Thunderous shot.
That seems kind of OP. I feel like my breach rares drop tons of shit. Ever since I started giving them Soul Eater. Less charges gained is probably the mod here. Talking about the ritual tablet. We're talking about the helmet. Rocking +2 on mine. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely don't miss the +2. I feel like my mana would be unmanageable. I think this is the sweet spot.
Out of mana.
That was bad. I just gave that thing so much DR. Ouch.
No mana.
Once you stack enough HP to stop dying to corpse explosions, that's like the sweet spot. That's where you start to become happier in life than you were previously. Very important moment. How much crit chance on LA?
Thunderous shot.
Well, technically 100 against full life. Otherwise, 22.4. My flask's empty again.
Nowhere to run. Out of mana. Too weak, too slow.
I don't know why I ran back to pick that up. one of 3. I don't think I care to finish it.
Now this will come in handy.
Orc's explosion is so slow. Alright. I'm pretty alright on XP. How much DPS do I have on my bow? 350. There's plus projectile. I would not plus projectile on bow. You'll run Base stats on bow are better. Base critical chance, base critical damage, base attack speed.
Go on.
The mods on your bow are unlike those on the rest of your gear. They affect the base numbers that everything else is derived from. The beginning of everything. All right, we've only finished 1 dump tab thanks to the new sorting system. That's pretty hype, actually. 5 hours and only 1 dump tab filled? That's pretty huge for us. You can even see where we were before that came into play. %, 61x, 11c. All right, how much is the flask? Roth. Roth's is 9 divs for the lowest and 20 divs for a perfect one. This one's 102% for 12. I could live with... Actually, just find the breakpoint where it only costs 20. Yeah, that's all that matters. Consumes 20 charges. Okay, so you want one with 109% increased charge per use or less to get minimum charge use. 10 divs for that. We're close. I could probably liquidate some stuff and get it from this point. Oh yeah, 100%. We have catalysts. We've been stacking catalysts. Surely we can sell some catalysts. Reach. Do I have any reavers? I have 1 reaver. Damn. It's like the only good one, I think. Or one of the only good ones. Sell the chance orb. Sell chance orb, sell... And sell the breach splinters. I have Salted Orb. I want Divine Orb. 90 to 1. Okay, 10 divs. On the dot. If this is like a price fix, I'm gonna be so pissed off. Okay, it's real. I'm so paranoid about the price fixing, man. So paranoid. Oh yeah, the lightning catalyst would be big too. There it is. Alroth's Resolve. It's actually a better flask than I had last league. It's rolled better. Alright. Throw that shit on. Now we are unlocked. Unleashed. We need to max this as well. We're gonna need some more of those. I have Exalted Orb. I want baubles. Give me the baubles. Just that many to be sure. Thanks. Alright. Cool. Maxed it out. Now, the only thing that sucks about this is, oh, they made this better. Before, it was so hard to tell when it was empty because this coloration wasn't here. That's actually a huge buff. That was the hardest part about using this thing. All right, so here's the tech. Here's the passive tree. What you do after you get an Allroths. You say, fuck everything else that you're doing, and you take these 4 points to give it 40% more recovery and a 10% chance to not use charges. And then you also pick up Blair because you're already here.
To learn something.
And now if we look at my flask, hold on, I need to set up the tech as well for how we're going to be using this thing. You put a 3rd spot on your voltaic mark. A 3 or a 2? Looking like it's a 3. Oh, no, it isn't. I just need the strength. Okay.
What is it?
Fund strength.
Shift in my training can't hurt.
Okay, where is it? Life tap. We put life tap on our voltaic mark, and now, voila, 1594 guard. Let's see something one-shot us through 1594 guard, 2283 life, and 30% damage reduction. Guidance, wisdom, or wealth in the Atlas Shrine tree. I would go for the experience one if you're still concerned with leveling, and if you are juicing maps for loot and money, then go with the rarity one. But it doesn't matter too much because they're very rare regardless of which one you choose, to be honest with you. Alright. Now we're really hard to kill. And the reason you have life tap is because you need to have missing HP to use the flask. I think they fixed the bug with it, though. Before, you could just use it whenever you wanted. After you had done that once. We'll see, though. We'll go mapping with it and see.
Enjoy your stay.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty key, though, for getting us through the last 2 simulacrums. Going to help a lot with our tankiness. The whole reason that I could even do, like, the 50 simulacrums in a row we did last league consistently without having any deaths at all was because of Allroth's Resolve Flask. It definitely wouldn't have been possible without it. Level am I? 94. Boss has the flask, the one at the end of Expeditions. He has like a 20% chance to appear. Yeah, they fixed guard and Sekmas as well. I'm chained.
You will never escape this nightmare.
Fury!
Yeah, they fixed the auto casting on Allroths. Or not the auto casting, but just like the It's harder to use now. Because you have to actually have missing HP to use it. Before you could have just used it whenever. Which isn't that big of a deal, it's just one more button. Why I kind of wish they didn't fix it, because it's kind of petty to fix it. Yeah, it's too strong being able to do that with just pressing the flask button. You're gonna have to press something else before you press the flask button. We can't have that. That's illegal. It certainly doesn't protect our heavy stun meter though. We can pretty much just march through whatever we want now, though. Actually, Loopy, you want to borrow my Allroths to kill Zesh? Looks pretty normal to me. Put all my gear up for sale. You put all your gear for sale? What? You're re-rolling?
Out of mana.
Charm builder bust. Oh, you're just switching gear. Okay. Yeah, once you get your Allroths, just throw out voltaic marks every 10 seconds. Pop the flask. Enjoy having 1500 more effective HP when you probably didn't have that much more of it to begin with. It's pretty crazy for this build. And funny enough, it's probably not expensive because all of the more widely talked about builds are hybrid EES, not full evasion. But evasion definitely utilizes this flask the best. That does the most for us. Alright, I can't be bothered to walk all the way up there. Do that breach. GG. Axe rise up. What is that buff? That is onslaught. It's giving me 20% skill speed and 10% movement speed. It's granted on kill by Death Rush. Unique ring.
Speed.
Ooh. Good one. This is turning into... This is such a good jewel, and I doubt anyone riding around on Rhoa playing Lightning Spear understands just how good this jewel is. Because nobody ever takes this node. For some reason. It's funny. That won't sell. A cutoff for charges per use. So it has increased charges per use. That's its downside. So it uses more charges per usage than a normal life flask. But 109% means it uses 20 charges, whereas if you go any higher than that, it starts to use 21 charges. So this is the lowest amount of charges a non-corrupted Olroths can use. Is 20. The jewel's insane. I had 20% companion damage sitting in my stash, swapped over to that after seeing the latest update, gave a good amount of DPS. Dude, the companion damage jewels are so cheap and good. And it is we're eating so good because my content isn't that viral in the PoE community. Like, if I made that video and 100,000 people saw it instead of 20,000, we probably couldn't be getting these companion jewels as cheap as we do. But we're eating good on the companion jewels, let me tell you. I picked up all 3 of these last night. My rings are pretty good. Is it worth reworking res for Death Rush? I would say so. For mapping, yes. For bossing, it doesn't do anything for you. If I'm taking a boss seriously, I put the Death Rush away and I put this on. Like when we did King in the Mist 4 earlier, I basically disrespected him because I fought him without a ring since Death Rush doesn't do anything against him. But yeah. It's good to keep another ring around if you're doing Death Rush because it doesn't do anything for you in Pinnacles. But it is best in slot for mapping. There's not really any getting around that just because movement speed is the most pivotal stat in the game for mapping. Nothing's as important as how fast you get through the map. Well, it's not true, but there's a cap. Here's what I'm trying to say. There's a cap on how easily you can kill monsters, but there is no cap on how fast you can run across their corpses to get to the next monster. Show me your Death Rush. It's corrupted for 6% skill speed. I was kind of torn on if I wanted to go with the 6% skill speed corrupt or a 15+% chaos resistance corrupt, because I do kind of have no chaos res. In the end, I just went with the damage. Not because it was the better idea, honestly. I did it because it's going to be more exciting whenever I do clips for a video. Because I'll just be attacking a little bit faster. We can already beat everything, so at this point, my goals are just entirely based around what's going to make a cooler looking intro to my video. $16.53 guard.
Enjoy your stay.
And having the life tap on your Voltaic Mark works out because every time you're fighting a boss, you're going to be using Voltaic Mark anyway. Every 10 or so seconds. So it's pretty comfy to upkeep your flask effect that lasts 10 seconds. Death Rush, 4% skill speed acquired. Yeah, see how it feels. You'll probably enjoy for mapping. If you were already owning, it just makes you own harder.
Take this.
And the skill speed feels really nice on this build because we don't really get as much of it as we'd like. How does the companion damage make you do more damage? Companion damage makes me do more damage because we have these 5 nodes. So these are sleeper nodes because this is actually 20% damage, 20% damage, 20% damage, 20% damage for each of these 4. So it's 80% damage after you take Inspiring Ally because all increases in companion damage also apply to you. And we're always in the presence of our bird. So for 5 points, we get an 80% increase in damage. And then on top of that, all of my jewels were super cheap because everyone thinks companion damage is a bricked line. How much more DPS do you get from Amazon compared to Deadeye? I can't answer that question because I don't have Amazon. It's all theory craft at the end of the day. I just know that it'll be more because of the way their ascendancy works compared to mine. You can swap the jewel slot. Tell me you didn't come from a Fub Gun guide without telling me you came from a Fub Gun guide. Yes, I know. It's in my guide. The Time Lost Emerald is in my guide. Timeless wow, I can't talk. Time Lost Diamond. I don't know why I put that there.
What is it?
Got me fucked up.
Enjoy your stay.
Fub Gun was what I started with. You probably got off of it pretty fast. So glad I found you is all I'll say. I mean, his guide is literally not done. It's bare bones just to maintain the spot on Mobalytics. Kind of annoying. My guide isn't even on the front page, and then he just like bare bones updates his to maintain the spot and push people to his new guides. And that's not like, I'm not talking shit here. This is just reality of the situation. And the proof of that is in the fact that he still has heft on his lightning rod from last league, which doesn't work. It adds 0 damage because they changed the way heft works. Thanks, Carter. Find a jewel right now. Attack speed with bow. Comp damage. What for the other 2? Evasion. Need evasion. Evasion's good. Evasion, more attack speed. Evasion, critical.
Barely broke a sweat. In my sight.
Oh. Did I give them lightning immunity? I think I gave them lightning immunity. Alright, we're busting out the bow shot.
This worries me.
Get bow shot, idiot.
Not on my watch.
You know it's bad when you start seeing the spirit sparklers. We got a book though. Yesterday, I hit a wall with ice shot. After I hit a wall with ice shot. So far, so good. Glad it's working for you. Like most of the build, don't love the Rhoa. Is it a deal breaker to... If you don't use the Rhoa, it is going to hurt the build pretty substantially because this mobility is insanely OP. But if you don't run Rhoa, the only major changes you really have to make... Actually, I do have some advice for going no Rhoa, and it might actually end up being pretty damn solid. I need to investigate it myself, though, before I start telling people to do it. But generally... You will, instead of doing, what is it? You'll ignore this. Your jewels will be more expensive because you can't do companion damage. And you will, instead of doing deliberation on your lightning rod, or yeah, instead of doing deliberation, do mobility. Those are the only important changes. Also, you don't need to worry about getting any stun threshold on your boots or your belt or anything like that. Stun threshold is really only a big deal for whenever you are playing Rhoa. And potentially look into Trinity. Yeah, also probably do hybrid evasion ES if no Rhoa, because it's going to be much harder for you to dodge AoEs.
What is it?
Much harder to dodge AoEs. I'm still going to make the page for no Rhoa on my guide, but it is definitely going to have a disclaimer of, hey, just so we're clear, the Rhoa version better. You can do it, but yeah. Got a nice little book collection. Keep up the good work. Will do. Build using Trinity. Yeah, Trinity seems like it could be pretty spicy. Hundred Spirit is tough, though. 100 Spirit's real tough. Can I even afford it with... No, I need to turn off Deadly Arrow, too.
Nature's fury.
Trinity. Let's just see what that would look like. It's not like it's really hard for me to change up the gears here. Oh, right, I've never crafted a mobility because I've had no need to. That's funny. Craft mobility. Then we run mobility over. It had to have gone somewhere. All right, we need the lightning mastery. Lightning Mastery instead of Deadly Herald. Boom. What? Why is that socket broken? Oh, I don't have the int requirement. Okay.
What is it?
That'll do it. Int.
Shift in
Cool.
my training can't hurt.
Skills. And mobility went right here. Switch this with our deliberation. All right, no more Rhoa. All right, hold on. My jewels are also going to be a little bit scuffed while we're doing this. Gives us 5 more points. Do aim. We'll do that. Movement speed.
Shift in my training can't hurt.
It's probably what I would do. And did I already open a map? No, I didn't open a map. All right, let's see what no Rhoa Trinity looks like. We need a boss too. No Rhoa Trinity. Yeah, boss that's not boring. Try this one. No, we're not playing with temporal chains. Where is it? This one looks good. All right, perfect. Oh, he's salsa fine. All right. Can you do the negative HP mana flask to make it 100? Well, it's already 100% uptime because you just put life tap on your voltaic mark.
Storming arrow.
All right, we are now Trinity'd up.
I shall overcome. Quick and lethal.
Yeah, I mean, it works fine. Level 78, easily running T12 maps. Sick, dude. What does Trinity do? More damage. Emphasis on the more. feel like my arrows aren't hitting. You're probably shooting enemies with proximity tangibility, which means you need to get close to them to hit them. Headhunter gives some pretty big DPS gains. It's not really... Headhunter doesn't really give big DPS gains. It just gives you extra map clearing power for funsies. Like, by the time someone has a Headhunter in this build, they're well and beyond needing anything, and Headhunter is just a really fun luxury. If someone wants to up their bossing DPS, they would do the Ingenuity double breach ring setup. If you want to make your mapping really, really fun, then you do the Headhunter.
You have no chance.
Alright, see what this does.
The June, remember the worthy.
Stop moving. Sir.
Bow before me. You forget your
Fury.
worm.
Huh. I guess that's something he can do. I didn't know he could do that.
You will fall.
No money.
Is he just gonna keep spawning these out of his asshole? Alright, they're done. Yeah, I mean, it feels fine without the Rhoa, and keep in mind that my... it is pretty scuffed with my jewels. Thank you, no problem. I wish they wouldn't have nerfed acrobatics. Me too. The Trinity... It should be a lot of damage, right? 11% more elemental damage per 50 resonance of any type. But we're only getting up to, what is it, 100 resonance? Is that what's happening? What's the cap on resonance? Resonance. You can have a maximum of 100 resonance. Okay, so this is only 22%. It's a 22% multiplier, but it costs you 100 spirit. That being said, this is probably still something I would consider doing instead of Rhoa. 22% more damage is 22% more damage. No matter how you look at it, like, that's pretty good. I guess I could have also hit him with the Kaioken tech. I didn't really think of that. We could have also gone ahead and thrown out the tornado to buff us up with rage. Not comprehending how your attack speed is so high. Well, I have 6% skill speed here. I have 12% attack speed here. I have 14% attack speed, which actually becomes 21% attack speed because of our quiver effect. And then in my passive tree, I've got a jewel here with 7% attack speed. I've got a jewel here with 4% attack speed, and a jewel here with 4% attack speed. On the plus side, if they ever decide to nerf Rhoa out from under us, we would be perfectly fine. Because we would just probably run with Trinity. And we would just game. I think it would be completely fine. I mean, that still felt fine to me. The bossing was a little bit scuffed, but that was because he kept moving out of my rods. So that was more the boss than anything. Deliberation instead of mobility. Oh yeah, I guess we were also doing a bit less damage because we got rid of the deliberation. You don't technically need to get rid of deliberation, but making yourself stand still is pretty bad. Losing the Wind Dancer was also pretty cringe. I was definitely getting hit more. Yeah, overall, I wouldn't say that that felt bad. That felt just closer to the vision. It still felt good, but it felt a little bit more ethical, having to actually walk around like a normal human being. Which isn't a bad thing, I don't think. This game could afford to be a little bit more ethical, I would say. New stun threshold passive they just put in. I actually haven't looked at those. Where are those located? Probably not, though. I think they're far from us. It's in the monk area, right? Or something? Oh, the ES ones. Yeah, right here. Oh, absolutely not. We don't even have ES. No, this is like something that a Chaos Inoculator would do. Yeah, if you're a Chaos Inoculator, you would do these. I think they even stated, like, we're putting them around the ballpark of Chaos Inoc so that people have more options to combat stun. Not those. By what? By Chaotic? Those are the only new ones I'm seeing. What are we talking about? This one, these ones? It's the same story. They're the same thing. They're actually the same nodes again. Energy shield becomes stun threshold. No, absolutely not. We don't use an ES. Oh, that was cool. Oh, it's a really fun map. Unique mana flask any good? Not really. I think they also nerfed it. They did something to it that was not cool. Pretty sure. Or gaslighting on the trade website. See if you for one exalt. It's clearly a lie. How much was it again? Using your build, it's awesome. How much was what? Oh, the Death Rush ring? The Death Rush ring, I got mine for... Well, with the corruption that I wanted, it was... I think I paid a div. I might have paid a... No, I didn't pay a div. I played 40x for mine. With the corruption I wanted. Da, 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 da. We got 3 raw divs today. You're gaming. This was actually a really good map, though. We had a lot of rarity in this map. Glad something dropped out of it. Ingenuity is good with this build. Ingenuity is good with this build. You have a choice to make, basically, in your endgame setup. You can either go Death Rush, Headhunter, 1 Breach Ring, and have really fun mapping. Or you can do Ingenuity, double Breach Ring, and have really strong Pinnacle bossing. And at that point, it's just a playstyle choice.
but I will not fall.
Fury! I shall overcome. Barely broke a sweat.
Ooh. The juicy man right there. Goddamn. A lot of orbs. Damn pinata. I'm not using my own filter. I'm using Sensei's filter colorations and sounds. And my filtering is the one before Uber Strict on Filter Blade. The sounds and the coloration settings and all that are made by, like, put together by Sensei. There's a video that he made on it that's linked in my Discord under the PoE library section. The exclamation mark filter command on the YouTube, not YouTube, on the Twitch side of things also takes you directly to the video. Max roll link? I don't have a max roll link. I don't put my stuff on max roll, but I do put all my stuff on Nobalytics. If you type exclamation mark build, it'll come up. Also, in my latest video, I updated it this morning. My latest video on the guide for this build has PoE Ninja in the description, because that was something that was coming up pretty often. I guess that site's like a little bit more friendly when it comes to translation.
Storm point!
I don't really know the details. I was just being asked to do it.
Too weak. Slow.
Enjoy your stay.
I just test the unique mana flask. You take like 1 damage and make the mark perma. Make the mark perma. Did the unique mana flask get changed significantly since last league? Because it wasn't very good for us last league. Death Rush with a green name, does that mean anything? It's just a foil unique. Wait, that was a Prime sub. Dude Single, thank you for the Prime, man. I need to fix my alerts. That should have been a different alert. That's why I thought it was a follow. Or maybe it didn't. Oh, wait, no, you followed and then subbed. Maybe it just didn't play both. That makes sense. Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, shiny Pokemon, that's all it is. Is rarity even worth getting? I would say so. For the build, bud, no problem. Glad it's working for you. Rarity is not bad. Rarity's pretty good.
Go on.
The thing about rarity is not worth it over getting the necessities to survive what you're doing. If you can survive and deal enough damage in the content that you're trying to do, then theoretically there is no reason to not stack rarity on top of that.
They'll be here, waiting.
So I could have gotten a helmet that had critical hit chance and more evasion or something, right? But instead, I was like, you know, I'm kind of chilling right now. I'm just going to get some more rarity. So I just got rarity on my helmet instead of getting those extra stats that I probably don't need. And like my ring, I could have a lot more damage on this ring, right? I got more damage, I got more life. It could be a less shit ring, which I do want to replace this ring, so we're clear. But it's just chilling, sitting here, giving 40% rarity, because I don't really need it to do anything else. I mean, struggles capping res. Res can be difficult. Are you just getting into Endgame, dude single? You like stepping into Endgame, started doing maps, looking to cap res? Is that about where you're at? Yeah, level 78. What I liked to do whenever I needed to cap my resistances was I took a long, hard look at all of my gear pieces and just took my entire set off. I do this like every league with every character. I take all of my gear off.
Shocking.
Every single piece, except for your bone quiver, 'cause it doesn't matter. And then you look at this shit, and then you look at each individual piece, and you say, is this a piece of shit, or is this actually kind of decent? And if it's like actually kind of decent, then it goes back on your body, and then after you've isolated what the pieces of shit are, then you go shopping, and you try to fix whatever's left. Good tip. Good way to isolate what the problem children are in your gear set. I did turn everything back on after we were done with the Trinity test, right? I think I did. Everything looks right to me. Oh, wait, I didn't change my passive tree back. We're missing a ton of damage. Orb of Storms
What is it?
is still... Orb of Storms is still good, but not for the same reason. You don't want to ball lightning. I don't know if... I hope you're following my new guide and not the old one. The one that comes up when you type !build. Because, yeah, that tech is dead. Orb of Storms, Ball Lightning, all that stuff, it's dead. Can't do that anymore. But the good news is we don't need to anymore because we're a crit build. They still don't fix Dust Sand? You mean it being invisible? I don't know if they fixed it this patch or not, but it was broken the last time I saw it this earlier today.
Fury.
Two old belts with a new one with the charm implicit, and the resulting belt has the new implicit. Oh, that's cool. How does this build do against pinnacle bosses? Pretty strong. If you have 40k tooltip DPS on your lightning arrow, without buffing, then you can fight tier 4 pinnacle bosses. It's not a free win, but they will die within like 1 to 2 minutes max if you're DPSing well.
Nice.
And then obviously if you go higher, it just will continually shit on them harder. But 40k pretty decently achievable. And the low tier pinnacles just they don't get to fight back. They just die. The first time I ever did any of the Olroths for Expedition, he didn't get to stand up. He just died. Level 1 and level 2 Olroth just instantly splattered. Only level 3 got to move a bit, and then level 4 was like almost a fight. D4 Zesh felt like an actual fight. He couldn't one-shot me, which was pretty important. And he did make me roll off of my mount and actually fight him on the ground for the back half. But yeah, it was very doable fight. He didn't get much further beyond the 60% ultimate ability mechanic that he does. He did that like maybe once or twice and he was dead by the end of that.
Fury. Barely broke a sweat.
I do not like this boss. This lady tilts the hell out of me. Sometimes she just starts the fight with the roly-poly shit and just like kills me. It makes me mad every time. Yeah, like that. Exactly like that. Fuck you. That is an Olroth's resolve gap right there. That's why I didn't die. Also, can we talk about how OP Olroth's is for when you get knocked off? I didn't even think of that. I got knocked off there, and I can overheal, give myself guard, just spam that shit until I can move again. So even if they're invalidating our evasion, they still have to hit us for like 3,600, 3,700 damage while we're stunned to kill us. Yeah, Olroth is so good. Yeah, I have a level 20 lightning arrow. I don't have a level... Can you help with tier 3 King of the Mist? I can do that, yeah.
Enjoy your stay.
Sounds fun. Finally made it into the second page. Go ahead and invite me to a party. There's my name. I am an Act 2 normal SSF and boss damage sucks. Will it get better? Yes. Yes, it will. Act 2 is a low point for lots of builds because the Act 2 main boss like has kind of a disproportionate amount of HP. And then the golem is kind of tough for us because our lightning rods don't bounce correctly off of him half the time. Act 2 bosses kind of sucked. I'm tired. Really good progress today, though. I think we made about 5 divs plus an inventory of items that I need to sort. So far this stream. Well, 5 divs and then a bunch of bubble gum, basically. Got an extra breach stone laying around. Oh yeah, that's something I should take care of. I need to buy another... Does anyone actually just happen to have a level 20 skill gem for sale so I don't have to deal with the bullshit that is the trade site and all of this price fixing nonsense of people trying to make an extra 2 exalted orbs? Because I just realized that I never made my lightning rod level 20. It is still level 20 or level 19. I should probably do that.
What can I do?
Enjoy your stay.
Alright, I guess I'm trading for it, is what it is. Exalted orbs. 60x. That seems realistic.
Hello there.
Shortchanged myself a little bit. Oh, it sold. Well, shit. I'm certainly not... I think it's about the same, isn't it? So this is definitely not real. This is a price fix. 110%, that's price fix. 25C is... 25C is kind of robbery currently. 80x would be better. Pretty sure. Mathematically. I think that maths. I could just be dumb. 3.4. 3.4 times 25. It's probably going to be about the same. Yeah, it's about the same. The X is cheaper, though. 80x. Ingenuity build affect the new orange stat from rings. The new orange stat from rings? Not sure what you mean. 1 need for Rhoa plus other spirit gems. 120 in all. 120 total, because 30, 60, 120. And then the luxuries are if you have 20 extra, Deadly Herald. If you have 10 more extra than that, then Clarity. But they're not necessity. If you don't have Deadly Herald, you just run Lightning Mastery instead. I don't have more Chaos Orbs to exchange. I can't be bothered with this right now. Actually, I can. Hold on. We can exchange our... See, Lightning. Yeah, Lightning's pretty good. How many of these do I even have? 7? Cool. Wait. There we go. 80. And it's sold. That's misery. All right, I did end up paying the same amount anyway. Damn, the market for skill gems is slimy. Eh, 587? I do. Wait, I technically... Alright, it did work. Cool. Well, no. Partially. Shit. Need 9 more. Alright, good enough. I don't know what that means. The life of player-controlled markets. Yeah, there is something. When given control, humans will nickel and dime each other over pixels. Whenever possible. As a type of sport. There. Now our lightning rod is level 20. This map's gonna bug out, isn't it? I can feel it. We're going to the character select. Ooh, I hate it when this happens. This made me extremely mad yesterday. I had this happen, I shit you not, 17 times in a row trying to connect to the map until I had to just give it up and go elsewhere. And you might be asking, why didn't you just go somewhere else if the map hadn't worked 16 times in a row? It was because I was trying to do a logbook. I had a logbook open, and I really didn't want to just lose the logbook because trading for those things is ass, the same as it's for trading for anything like it. And yeah, I got this happening to me 17 times in a row. It's so infuriating. I am just going to give it up though, because it's just a normal map this time. But if you had this bug happen to you this league, just know that you're not alone. This shit sucks. Game just is casually not able to create the map for you. You lose the map. Oopsie. Right, off to the races.
Fury!
For that which sends you spiraling into the abyss.
Too weak, too slow.
Enjoy your stay.
I need more mana. Return to the earth.
Oh, hell yeah.
Out of mana. An easy trophy.
Yes. Speed. It's PoE1. Yeah, dude. Lightning arrow rank at the moment, 22. Fast bird.
Thunderous shot.
He would have been dead a lot quicker if he would stop tripping out of my lightning rods. Dude was taking the tumble. Think it's better than lightning spear? I don't know. Lightning spear is pretty busted. Lightning spear lance is pretty good.
Now this will come in handy.
And by pretty good, I mean 60% of the player base is playing it. Now, is it cheaper than lightning spear? Probably. Especially because it doesn't use hybrid ES gear. Uses evasion gear, which, to my knowledge, not a lot of builds go full evasion. I feel like I collected everything. I think we just go home. That was fun.
Speak.
I'm never gonna get tired of that. I love that so much. Just everything goes where it's supposed to. You're immediately able to go mapping again as soon as your bird will stand still and let you get on. Take another crypt. Crypt is pretty fun for this build. Just run down the lanes. Playing right now, the sphere feels really slow. Really? Huh. Oh boy. This is why we read the maps. Why we read the maps. Temporal chains. Now our gameplay looks actually pretty normal.
Barely broke a sweat. No mana. Face me. Fury.
Base attack speed is 60%. Oh. I guess I never really took the time to directly compare with Lightning Spear. I just assumed with how much Lightning Spear was being hyped up and 60% of the player base playing it, that it must be better than whatever I've come up with. Anything new from the last video? We're experimenting with some stuff, but nothing I'm really ready to tell people to go out and do. The only thing would be if you get your hands on the Alroth's Resolve Flask, as I mentioned in the video, then you... One second, hold that thought. So if you get your hands on the Alroth Resolve Flask, you're going to want to put Life Tap on your mark, so that you can trigger it whenever you want. Like, normally you have to be missing HP to use your Life Flask. So we mark and then just hit Life Flask, and then boom, 1594 guarding my otherwise insignificant life pool. Well, it's not insignificant right now because I've got a shrine making it way larger, but you know what I mean. Like, it's guarding 2270 HP with 1594 instant activation guard. On top of that, you ever get knocked off your bird, you actually have a pretty reasonable chance to survive now, because you can just spam your Alroth Flask to try and live since the heal is instant.
No mana.
And they have to really burst you down, like deal your entire health bar plus 1500 guard once you get knocked off. Very, very good. The very first time someone gets 10 divs together and they've already sorted out their damage and everything else that's more important, absolutely splurge on the Alroth Resolve. I think it's already saved me 2 certain deaths since I bought it, and I think I only bought it less than a couple hours ago. Yeah, I did. Yo, Somnus. What's good, pal? Nice to see you. Beat/pet. I sold a shield to a friend for 16 exalts. That's the double accuracy shield, right?
What is it?
That is definitely the friendo discount. That's actually not a bad ring. 600 evasion helm, good enough. I mean, yeah, probably. In the last league when we were going acrobatics, no. But the loot sucks this league. The loot sucks, the gear sucks, acro sucks, Wind Dancer sucks. But somehow through it all, we don't suck. So we just make do with what we're given this league. Hey there, Dissonancy. 7-hour stream. Damn. They've been putting in the hours. It's so much easier to hit play again with the change to the affinities and the tabs. Like, I can keep saying one more map, one more map, one more map all night because I don't need to worry about sorting shit. I just throw it all in the bank. It all goes where it's supposed to be, and it's so nice. How much rarity do I have? 81. Best place to farm currency. Raw currency is still breach farming. But as far as, well, there's actually, I've seen another strat that seems good, but I haven't played it yet. Where you, I don't know if it's worth it. I don't know if it's even worth talking about, to be honest, but the strategy where you gas up your bosses with a unique tablet that gives them an extra modifier. And you just spam extra modifiers onto your bosses. And you just spam kill bosses. I've heard that's pretty good. I was gonna say bosses are just generally good this league at the moment. Bosses are good, expedition is good. Like going on actual expeditions with logbooks is actually very lucrative right now. And the reason for that is there is a kind of a gap to fill. There isn't enough level 82 strong gear pieces coming into the economy. And that's mostly because they made it more annoying to access level 82 maps when mapping. But it's still very easy to play against level 82 mobs and get level 82 gear drops from expedition. Through logbooks. This is actually a really good option for getting both good gear pieces that are overpriced on the market right now, and for getting even like mediocre gear pieces that are level 82 are going to be better than the majority of what's available on the market. And the logbooks right now were like 8x last night. So the books themselves are not expensive. You're very likely to make your money back. And along the way, if you just happen to drop an Alroth's Resolve Flask from the boss there, I mean, GG, right? 10 div flask. You can also drop an expensive duel. Expedition's pretty good this league. Expedition and bosses. Expedition, bosses, breaches. And then a lot of the time you might as well also throw Delirium into that. If you're doing mapping, that is. Because Delirium is just a freebie on top of everything. Assuming that you can handle the extra difficulty of the Delirium percentage. The higher the Delirium percentage, the less damage you deal, down to a minimum of 20%, I believe. What changed on today's patch? Affinities. The biggest changes were affinities for... There were 3 big changes. Affinities for all of the annoying shit in your tabs, so you can sort your inventory way faster and easier than ever by just setting your affinities for all of the crap that wouldn't sort before. And they made it so all belts have additional charm slots as an implicit that can roll between 1 and 3 depending on their level, including unique belts.
You disgrace
Storming
these
arrow.
sands. You are never.
I need more time.
Forget your place, worm. Ah!
Not sure how this guy has 4 million HP. He's got like as much life as a tier 1 pinnacle. He did just kind of drop a lot of very high level gear though. High item level. Yeah, like level 80. This is useless no matter what it rolls. Magnetic salvo when you're on foot. I'm never on foot. I started changing my gear and tactics. Helldivers, 800 hours in. Your channel's the one I seem to come back to more often than the others. Honestly, it's not surprising, but I'm glad you've enjoyed the content. Thanks for the POB, big man. Yeah, no problem. I got you. At least they fixed Expedition this league. Could not open boxes in the last season. Yeah, Expedition's pretty goated at the moment. Devs wanted him to say his lines before you kill him. True. True. That's what this whole league feels like when it comes to bosses, I swear to God. Not the worst thing ever. Flat T5. 45 fire, though.
Time is not on our side.
But yeah, thanks to the new affinities. Like, all these new affinities, you set this all up, you can just do this. Everything goes where it's supposed to be, and you are ready to go again. It is wonderful. It is so, so nice. Ooh. Like, not complete shit, but it's pretty shit. Got some highlights, like the 45 fire res. But ultimately, I don't think there's a single soul that's going to use this.
Time is not on our side.
I don't think that this is very valuable either. But I'll just throw it in the bargain bin. Just one more roll on it. I don't really know enough about Foci to say. But yeah, do you notice how we played that whole map and like none of the gear got through my filter because it wasn't level 82, but then that boss dropped like 5 items that got through the filter? That's why I'm saying bosses are good. Use distilled emotions on waystones when you're traveling versus juice tower are worth it. I don't really bother with the distilled emotions this league, if I'm being honest with you. They gutted the shit out of the amount of splinters that drop, and they also bugged this passive. They either bugged it or made it terrible, I can't tell. Because this now does nothing, as far as I can tell. I think this used to be 100% increased stack size last league. The problem is Simulacrum splinters always drop in a stack of 1. So when they made it 50%, it rounds down. You never get 2. You only ever get 1. So this doesn't even work, which is upsetting. This one does work. I know this one would work. But then this one is also worthless. So just going through the Delirium Atlas, and this is probably the thing about this league that makes me probably the most sad, because Delirium is actually pretty fun now because the mirrors actually make sense and reward you comparably the way they're supposed to, opposed to just doing waystones with Delirium on them. Is this doesn't work. This isn't even a feature in the game anymore. This works, but it equates to you getting a singular extra distilled emotion per map. That's all it does. So it's very underwhelming. This basically doesn't work because the unique bosses only really show up whenever you do waystones, and now waystones are bad. So this is indirectly much worse than it was before. This has never worked. This didn't work last league. This doesn't work this league. And this is one of the only things that work. This works. And this works. And that's it. It's fucked up. Whatever happened to the Flurry Arrow build? You mean the Spiral Volley? I unpublished it for now because I'm not happy with the quality of the guide, and I want to have time to actually play test it myself and make it properly before just leaving it out in the wild. I've gotten good feedback that it's working for people, but I just didn't feel comfortable leaving it out there in a state that wasn't properly known to me, whether it was going to stand the test of time or not. That runes are not classified as socketables. Yeah, none of the new socketables are classified as socketables yet. That's not too big of a problem, though. I'd say that we still made out pretty well with the way things changed. So yeah, the Delirium tree just sucks, and Simulacrum is still the hardest mechanic to play in the game out of all the Pinnacle content. So we have an unrewarding passive tree from the least rewarding, most difficult Pinnacle mechanic. This is a very serious hot button issue that I very much hope GGG addresses in the near future, because this shit sucks. Like, just make the passives work, man. How many divs an hour are endgame players making?
Enjoy your stay.
It probably depends on the player. I don't think I'm making that many divs per hour, to be honest, but I'm just kind of doing whatever I think is fun stream content. I'm just playing juiced maps, trying to get the sickest, largest packs of monsters to explode on the screen at a time as I can. And that's really all I'm concerned with. I haven't really sat down and thought about how much money I could make. Or do make. I guess we've been going for 7 hours, and we've made 6 divs worth of currency. And then a lot of assets. Probably closer to 10 divs in 7, I would say. I actually like Breach quite a lot this league. I think Breach is actually pretty alright. I still don't have any divs dropped. My divs have started dropping. Now that I'm done with my Atlas and all I'm doing is juicing, I've started seeing them. Now I've got quite a bit of rarity. But yeah, I could leave this tree blank and it honestly would be inconsequential, which makes me sad. We're going to go with this one, though, because at least this one does something. And we'll do this one because at least this does something. Unfortunate that it comes down to that. Oh, but I am also broke because I just bought a 10 div flask, so keep that in mind. Worth that. Cast on shocked will take mark, increase clear even more, and automate marks on bosses. Probably cost you a lot of mana doing a lot of shocks. I wouldn't say it's particularly worth it. It's a lot of spirit. I wouldn't do it. Ugh, I don't think it's that big of a deal having to hit mark every rotation. It's pretty clean. Like it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then you barrage mark 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Barrage mark 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I feel like it just kind of fits into the rotation. Yeah, I just don't know where you would get 60 extra spirit. Like, cast on is not cheap. Not to mention the intelligence requirement. Delirium nodes are mostly bugged. My ascendancy point priority is you go Tailwind, then you go Point Blank, then you go Endless Munition, then you go Wind Ward. Didn't think it was worth it. Thank you for clarifying. No problem. Is that really being sold? It feels like junk. Oh, is this like they're gonna leave me on read, I think. But I'm trying to think of why they would even be shopping for something like this. Would it just be being a Aurabot for a Huntress? Try LE when it launches. Last Epoch? Probably not. DOE is like pretty much the only ARPG I'm interested in. That, and I'm not... I wouldn't say I'm not popular in the Path of Exile community. Like, I don't know how to phrase this. I still have a lot of work to do and building to do if I want to be a real part of the Path of Exile content creator community. So I don't think it's a great idea for me to be jumping around to different ARPGs, even though that's the norm. I just want to focus in on the one that I like. Crafting in Last Epoch is better. I wouldn't doubt it. I don't think it was worth it. I already read that. Extremely expensive amulet is pretty much the only way to do COC for this build. Yeah, probably. Extremely expensive amulet, and you're going to have spirit on your chest still, which I stopped doing in favor of 190 life. Which, to be fair, I could actually drop my life down now that I have the Allroths a bit. If I wanted to get really greedy now, what we do from here is we fill our gear up with a shitload of rarity and dump our HP back down to like 1600. But I don't think there'd be a point. As something Helldiver related, sure, shoot. Your build is doing me better than any other creator build. I appreciate that. I do try extremely hard with my build guides. And take the position of someone who makes build guides very seriously. Since people are trusting me with like hundreds of hours of their time. In fire damage. It's a good one.
Monsters lying right
As
there.
many flags as physically possible. Huge. Triple chest.
I shall overcome. Not ready. Don't mind if I do.
No book, but not bad. Never mind. Got a book. What would the primary secondary choice for Ghost Diver at the moment? It would be a purifier, plasma purifier plus ultimatum is what I do. Plasma purifier, ultimatum, or the name of it, Senator, or GP.
Charge, Arrow. Need more time. Not yet. Patience. I need more time. Out of mana.
It was a little risky. Matt might have the flask thing. Points for the Breach Atlas. You get points in the Breach Atlas by doing Twisted Domain. You can do Twisted Domain after you have 300 Breach Splinters and get a Breach Stone, and you put the Breach Stone into the Realm Gate. After going to the Twisted Domain, you fight through waves of enemies while keeping the timer up all the way to the end of the level, where you then fight Zeshtwi that are 1, you kill Zeshtwi that are 1, and then you get your points. Also, his drops suck this league, because they nerfed the only good things he did. DPS of Lightning Arrow. Unbuffed, it's going to be like 40k. Yeah, 40k unbuffed. Plus level of projectile skills, pretty unimportant. Plus projectile skills. The only reason it matters that much on Amulet is because it's like one of the only good things that you can get for damage in the suffix. It's like the best thing you can get as a suffix for damage
Thunderous shot.
in the Amulet.
In my sights.
But we also can't get too much of it. If you get too much of it, you'll suffer. Yeah. So whenever we're all gassed up on Innervate, 76k, and fully buffed. And then because we're running ambush, that 76k is slapping for 500% critical damage every time we fire it. Pretty much just melts everything in front of us that isn't a rare in one hit. Yeah, cock is cast on crit. How the hell do you cap chaos resist? You're funny. Capped chaos resist. But if you really want to cap your chaos resistance, part of it is going to be getting a very expensive against the dark 4% extra lightning damage, 3% chaos resistance jewel that we used last league. That is part of it. Also, if you want to get a bit more chaos resistance, this is kind of a choice that I kind of agonized over a little bit. I wasn't sure which way I wanted to go with this. But instead of getting 6% skill speed corrupt on your death rush, you could instead get 15% to 19% chaos res, which is arguably the smarter decision given our situation. That's a good way to get some on the cheap. %40 chaos res and feel fine. Yeah, I've been hard chilling with 17. Doesn't feel. I mean, I don't play extra damage as chaos maps. But as long as I don't do that, I am chilling. I have no issues with chaos damage. Look at all those items going where they're supposed to. Except for the jewels. But that's okay. And now we can just go again. Oh, it's so good. What a good patch. Good job, GGG. I don't care if 60% of your player base is playing one skill. As long as I can blast unabated without the necessity of sorting loot every 5 seconds. Just to circumvent a disaster by the time I'm done with stream. I'm hard chilling. Also, we have so many more thingies to do on the map all the time now compared to last league. Mapping in Endgame last league was so boring compared to now. If only the loot was better.
They are out to get you.
Thunderous shot. Meet your end.
Like, this mapping is way more fun than last league. If only the loot was better.
Out of mana.
Seems risky. Seems risky.
Here for a deal?
Stay safe.
Quick and lethal.
That feels like I probably died without Auroths. Also insane how little stun damage I took there. My bird was only at maybe 20%, even though we just got our ass kicked. Omen of Corruption and corrupt an item. Can't go poof anymore, correct? Have any negatives still?
Storming arrow.
Well, corrupting never destroys the item. That's not a thing. But what omens of corruption do is they make it so something is guaranteed to happen.
In my sight.
It takes the nothing happens off the table. This is a decent amulet. Got some life, projectiles, a little bit of spirit. We'll have to run spirit on chest piece still. But killed my bird.
Too weak, too slow.
5x? Yeah, probably. It's not bad for 5x. Life do I have? 2270. That's about what I had last league. We ended with, I think, 2400. What is wrong with my lightning here? My lightning rods. They're like not bouncing into them, bouncing away. All right, good map. That doesn't seem right. Did I really get no exalteds? I guess we technically still did get like 7 exalt because we got a Reaver Catalyst. What passive node should you put on your amulet in this build? Storm Charged is a good option. I'm not sure if Storm Charged. I haven't looked at the hard numbers or tested it. I think there's still a reality where it's possible that Wild Storm is still more damage, but I'm not sure. Wildstorm might still be more damage than Storm Charged. But I'm not positive. And it's way more expensive, so I would just do Storm Charged personally until we have hard numbers. Fractured half of 2 different stats. Is that normal? You probably fractured a hybrid stat roll. What passive node should you put on your amulet? Okay, I answered that. You mean maps now have 6 thingies on them? Yeah, maps have 6 thingies now. More thingies. Rose sometimes tricky to trigger. Have to check your toolbar that it's actually active. What? What do you mean? Hard chilling is how I want to live my life. How are you blinding to use the blind side support? I am blinding with unsight because I want it to be guaranteed. So our starting boss rotation is drop 7 sets of lightning rods where the boss appears. Activate barrage before he becomes active. The very moment he becomes active, mark him with Voltaic Mark. Voltaic Mark also has single out on it, so it primes them for armor break. You prime them for armor break, make it so they can't crit, you blind them, you increase the amount of shock magnitude they receive, and you increase the chance that they become shocked with your Voltaic Mark. And then you volley lightning arrow into them, followed by 5 more lightning arrows, followed by continue the rotation until they die. Just ignores your click. I don't have that issue. Yeah, you roll physical damage and accuracy has a hybrid roll. See, mine has it. This roll right here is a hybrid roll. So you fractured one of these. It's actually one of the 3 big rolls that people look for on physical weapons. Is hybrid accuracy, physical percentage, physical flat. It's typically what makes the most sellable, best damaging bows or physical weaponry in general. Oh, right. I almost forgot that I don't have to care anymore. I can just dump it wherever and it'll go where it's supposed to.
Yes.
All right. Why did the game have me pick up these shoes? They are level 82. Item level 82. No problem. Lightning Rod node still good? No. They butchered Lightning Rod node. The Lightning Rod node is now just 30% chance for lightning damage with any hit to be lucky instead of non-critical hits are lucky. So this is insanely weak compared to what it was. It's now just a 30% chance to... It's now just a 30% chance to reroll damage. When you spam arrows... Alright, I already read that. Yeah, Lightning Rod's cooked. That's also a big reason. There's 2 really big reasons. There's 3 really big reasons we do not go this way on the passive tree anymore. We do not go this way in the passive tree anymore because instead of getting 2 jewel sockets, one here and one here, we only get 1. We do not go this way on the passive tree because it's a shitload of stat nodes, and soft stat stacking is hard nerfed this league because Howa sucks. Howa sucks. And they gutted our Falcon technique. It's way worse than it was. You still take it, but it's way worse than it was. So stat stacking is not nearly as good as it used to be, so we're not as okay with spending like 7 points on stats down here, 8 points on stats down here to do this. This sucks because of that. And then on top of all of that, they also nerfed Lightning Rod. These 3 things were really big proponents behind the reason why I called the audible to be playing crit on Lightning Arrow in this league. Because crit, you know, crit's like all in the pocket around our stuff. And going not crit got nerfed and is in Africa compared to where we're at. What about Doomsayer? Doomsayer's good, but you wouldn't... you would not want to take the journey to get to Doomsayer. Doomsayer, yeah, it's what's called Doomsayer. Doomsayer is on a adventure. Gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 that way. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 that way. Yeah, no. This is off limits. This is illegal. The only way you get this is that you could put this on your amulet if you want. Arguably, this is a very good mapping anointment. If you're only concerned with mapping, Doomsayer is probably the best mapping anointment in the game. But if you want to do pinnacles where your herald is useless, then I would say it's either going to be storm charged or possibly wild storm. But I would have to run the numbers to know if wild storm's better, and it's very expensive. Oh, and if you somehow got this on a megalomaniac, you would be very happy. Like if you had a megalomaniac as one of your jewels, and one of them was one of the notables on it was Doomsayer, or if you got Doomsayer on your chest with the new notable passive thing on your chest, you'd be chilling. You'd be very happy about it. Malagaro's Virtuosity allows more crit chance. And does it? I don't know. I feel like it's kind of rough to cap us at 300% critical damage. Like, I have not even begun to reach my full potential with where I'm at, and I'm already at 410. I feel pretty confident Malagaro's will be decent for a while, but it will be outscaled. Crit chance. Crit chance is 22.4. Lightning arrow. Lightning rod's 22.4, but then it goes to 37 with blindside. The other problem with capping multi is lightning arrow against maps doesn't give a fuck about crit chance because we're just ambushing. So it only becomes a dispute for pinnacles, basically.
What is it?
60k and your 81% crit. That sounds about right. Sounds Amazon. %, reduced flask is cringe. I'm just gonna do this map. Whatever. What do we care about damage modifiers? Doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean the discussion is a little bit more involved than just is Melagaro's good.
Stupid dog, you are
Fury!
chasing your own tail.
Nowhere to run.
Rarity, I have 81.
Barely broke a sweat.
Oh. Great class besieged. Yeah, this thing's so cool. Just the entire... Yeah. That's a fun one. I'm taking that. To go on the Atlas tree. So for Atlas tree, all of this is essential business. Everything going on here is essential business. The very first thing you should do is get the high road whenever you're starting your Atlas early on, because that's going to give you a better chance at going up in Waystone tiers quickly. But once you reach 15s, you can ditch this. And then, yeah. This doesn't technically matter, but effects of explicit modifiers on Waystones, item quantity, rarity, explicit modifiers, increased effect of explicit modifiers, quantity of Waystones also doesn't matter, but it gatekeeps all of this. Pack sizes to get to unstable energies, which is really good. And when you come up here, you can go either way. It doesn't matter. This sucks and this sucks, but they gatekeep all of this shit, which is very good. This you could do without, but there's no way to get over here without spending a lot of points, and you want all of this. And then from there, it's really up in the air, but personally, I really like Shrines, and Shrine gameplay is really fun with Rhoa, so that's why I went for Shrines.
Fury.
Lightning Jab is on. Here I am, Lich on my way to Endgame slowly. I have a friend that's doing Lich Dot. So you're not alone. Javazon Rhoa is literally 60% of the player base right now, though. It's kind of a meme. And I get an amelioration. Where are my lightning rods going? Dodge roll with the Rhoa, that would be insane. Okay, my lightning rods are not hitting, that's weird. What is the critical strike chance of lightning arrow? Critical strike chance for attacks is your weapon, whatever your weapon says. Okay, my lightning rods are legitimately not working. What is going on? There they worked. I really miss Scattershot, by the way. The extra area of effect. Pretty much in all situations besides bosses. They just nerfed it too damn hard.
Barely broke a sweat. Out of mana.
Biggest boost in damage you can get. Only on 10k, no anointment. Bow, quiver, jewels, rings, glove, in that order. And then levels are also a big factor. HP Flash and Mana Flask am I using? I'm using the Alroth's Resolve Flask and an Ultimate Mana Flask with amount recovered and reduced charges per use. Of course, people will try it as a popular D2 Amazon. Oh yeah, people will try it. But the thing is, while they're playing Amazon, they're also only playing one skill on Amazon. It's just 60% Lightning Spear. Crazy. These are actually maybe something. It's actually a really good attack speed rule to start those off. I don't really care though. Do I care? How much does this cost? I'm not gonna be able to afford anything if I re-roll anyway. I won't be able to defer. Lowest price for the HP flask is 7 divines. Yep. I bought mine for 10. We just bought it tonight. I bought it on stream about 2 hours ago. We actually made pretty much all of the currency for it on this stream as well, now that I think about it. The reason mine was 10 though is because it has the minimum amount of charges taken. How do you sustain mana? By pressing Mana Flask. What's the meta to find these corrupted zones to unlock? Use the... If you want to spend some currency on traversing quicker, get the Grand Design or Grand Architect, whatever it's called, I forget. Irradiated tablets, the unique ones. Whenever you put them in a tower, it lets you enter any map within the radius of the tower, so you can traverse extremely fast if you keep using them. And they're not too terribly expensive. They are expensive, don't get me wrong. They weren't initially, though. Like, when the league first started, I remember I got my first ones for like 5x each. Best way to make currency? I've been bleeding money hard. It's a tough question to answer. I would say probably the most profitable business to be in right now. There's a couple. Trial of Sekhmet, if you can run it for megalomaniacs. There are very few, not megalomaniac, Against the Dark. There are very few Against the Darks in circulation. So that's good money, especially if you can carry people. Carry services for 4th Ascendancy are worth a lot of currency right now. Even you also get a lot of jewels running Trial of Sekhmet, and even mediocre jewels are sellable right now because it's still early league. And Bis jewels are worth several divines. Even like semi-Bis jewels are still worth like a div to most people, especially if you get something that's oriented towards Javazon or something like that. So it's a very profitable business to be in. Other profitable businesses to be in right now would be And I'm not going to go over anything that isn't playing the game, by the way, because obviously the best way to make money in this game is to not play it and sit in your hideout and trade and craft and trade and craft. But I don't think anyone wants to hear that answer. And if they already knew that and they wanted to do that, they'd already be doing it. Beyond that, expeditions, like actual expeditions with logbooks. Logbooks are very cheap right now. Alroth's Resolve Flask is expensive. It's very, very rare from the boss. But the thing is, actually doing the expeditions isn't a meme anymore. It's actually worth doing this league, especially right now. There's a insufficient amount of level 82 gear pieces, like decent level 82 gear pieces. And level 82 for most pieces of gear is able to roll higher tiers than everything else. So just this higher potential. And there's only a couple good ways to actually farm for that this league, because they took away a lot of the +1 nodes from the Atlas for mob level. Very few of the Chaos and Cleanse nodes actually have +1 on them.
Enjoy your stay.
So it's actually makes more sense now if you get a couple points in your Atlas for Expedition just to pump up the level. You can use a level 72 logbook and have 6 out of 8 in this tree. And you don't even have to have 6 out of 8. You could have 4. You could have 4 out of 8 and just do logbook difficulty, logbook difficulty, logbook difficulty. And you would be able to do level 82 areas where you're just killing monsters and getting chests and getting gear that is potentially desirable by the majority of the community right now, and it's very sought after and hard to get. Even mediocre pieces, same logic as the jewels, are sellable. Like, it's not uncommon that you'll get a level 82 piece that's just slightly better than the average garbage that's on the market right now. You'll be able to sell it for like 15, 20x, and your books are only costing you 8x to get in there. And the whole time you're also playing the lottery where you could potentially get a very expensive jewel from Olroth or the Olroth Resolve Flask. The boss spawns on level 79 plus logbooks. Was the newest patch? Newest patch added affinities to your tabs so you can actually organize stuff extremely easy, and it's beautiful. It's the best thing ever. And also, all belts now generate with additional charm slots, which means where's my all belts now generate with additional charm slots, no matter what they are, depending on their level between 1 and 3. Which means charm meta might be here. All those charm nodes, people are going to be cooking with charm centric builds now because of this change, because they're much more available than they were before. Can you upgrade your unique belts from yesterday to get more charm slots? I do not know if a divine will fix previous unique belts. I don't remember reading that. I do not remember that. Is it possible if you look over my build? I am down to gear check or build check anybody. Not during stream, but if you join my Discord and ping me in like Build Theory Craft channel in our PoE section after stream, if I'm not too gassed, I'll read through it and I'll get back to you. So I have no problem checking over anybody's gear or anything they need upgrades for, or if like you're looking for an upgrade, you want help with a trade link, I'm down to help. Anybody, anytime. Said they only works on new belt drops. Okay. Widow Hail with 250%, 3 rune slots, very good quiver, just normal bow. Widow Hail falls off by the time you're going into cruel difficulty. You want a real bow. Can I see your quiver again? Your build doesn't say increased bow damage on it. Well, that's because increased damage with bow skills and projectile speed is interchangeable because of our passive tree. You just go with whatever number is higher. In a perfect world, my quiver would, instead of having either physical or lightning, I'm not picky, but probably the lightning. So instead of the lightning, it would go physical, projectile, and damage with bow skills. because projectile speed is as good as damage with bow skills because of this node. Feathered fletching. Very good node. Before death with your build, but as Amazon, 5-second fight, accuracy gem is insane. That's sick. I'll at you in Discord. Everyone gonna be charmed up for sure. Tried following the build. It's not even close to yours. What's the best way to make currency? I answered that. Can I see your quiver again? Answered that. I need a way to figure out how to search my weighted sums. My friend Loopy, one of his earliest videos, if you look him up on YouTube,
Enjoy your stay.
my buddy Loopy made a video on searching for stuff on the trade site and weighted sum and talked about some of that stuff. Might be helpful. Not sure.
Enjoy your stay.
Boss only spawn now on logbooks. Okay, I am caught up in chat. I have caught up.
Speak.
I don't want to roll this thing. All right, I want to roll it less now. Now I want to throw it in the dumpster.
Let us hope there shall
Now I
be
want to
rest
throw
in
an X at it desperately. Now I want to throw another X at it. I want to throw another X at it. Okay, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. It only, like, kind of disappoints me a little bit. Mostly because of what it could have been. I really want to use that. That sounds really fun. I'm probably not going to sell that thing. I'm going to use it. It'll be fun content. Just infinite breach. Rhoa chaos. Quadrilla hunting for 2 hours. I haven't even seen one haste aura. That is unfortunate, John. I'm sorry to hear that. The longer you stream, the more people you gain. I don't think that's true. We've been pretty up and down on the YouTube side. We are definitely up on the Twitch side. I will say that. We're up on the Twitch side. We're vibing on the YouTube side. YouTube side was popping off about 4 or so hours ago. I think we reached a new peak.
Enjoy your stay.
D4 Zesh. That's cool. Expo Deadeye. Expo Deadeye is probably actually pretty fun.
I can take you.
There was a reality where I played Expo this league instead. And I just do the new buff Stormbolts. Storm Burst? Something Burst. Shock Burst. Shock Burst, that one. I thought about playing Shock Burst with Galvanic. Oh, I accidentally put my stuff away. Watch you on Twitch and leave me on YouTube when you're both streaming. That's funny. Physical or add lightning? Physical. But it's really whatever you can get in the higher number. What I like to do is I will search for weighted sum physical plus lightning. And then just take the best result I can. 50% quantity of logbook. The pack size would be good to pick up.
You sure about that placement?
Now you grab a lot of flags. This isn't great. There's not really anywhere too great to go. The Auroths tanked that entire circle. That's awesome.
Quick and lethal.
Loopy's build absolutely needs the Auroth Resolve Flask. He's constantly losing life, so he can actually just activate it whenever he wants because of his rage. It would actually be huge. What's the filter I use? The filter I use is just the not ultra uber strict, whatever comes before the highest tier of strictness on filter blade, and then the filter sound effects and coloration stuff is customized by Sensei. If you type an ! Filter in Twitch, it'll come up. As a YouTube video with links in the description for it. Following your build, I'm currently 45. Keep running out of mana. How should I remedy that? Better mana flask.
Enjoy your stay.
Better mana flask. If you have too many projectile levels too fast, that could be part of the problem. If you want a band-aid solution, then putting in inspiration to your lightning arrow would reduce the mana cost very heavily. Inspiration, charge shots, either one could do charge shots earlier. I can't remember if charge shots is a level 3 support though, which you probably would not have at that stage, if I'm remembering correctly. So that might not be an option if it's a level 3. I don't remember if it's 3 or 2. It's a new one though. Crit chance damage on lightning arrow tooltip. My lightning arrow tooltip is 22.4% critical chance with 400. I want to say 420 or 410% critical damage. But then we're ambushing, so we critical hit on first strikes always. And we have first approach, so we also have 50% more critical hit chance, not more, 50% increased critical hit chance on first strike, which is relevant for Herald of Thunder. There was one thing that POB did spell out very well for this build. Not a lot else was actually functional whenever I was testing it. But something that POB did make very obvious is that these 3 nodes are extremely powerful. Whenever I check my first strike DPS compared to everything else in the build, like just first strike, enemy on full life, the damage per hit is like over double. Do you think this build beats Gas Arrow? Yeah. In the long game, it does. Gas Arrow is also more clunky. Cheap Anoint, Siphon for mana on kill. You have none on your gear also. You could do that too if you want. I think First Strike is as big if you're already almost 100% crit. If you're almost 100% crit, the funny thing is these nodes are still really powerful. I was cooking with the idea of spending 4 points to instead get these 2 crit damage nodes and preemptive strike instead of doing damage versus full life in first approach. But the funny thing is, the 120% damage increase kind of cooks really hard for 3 points, even if you don't even consider the 50% critical hit chance. Hilariously, like it's still actually such an obnoxious amount of damage for 3 points that it's still worth it. Your crit chance is low, to be honest. Listen, man, How do I deal with rares and bosses? I fucking kill them, man. Their chance is low. That's crazy. Armor still trash? Nah. We're chilling now. Cast on crit? No. I wouldn't cast on crit the mark. It's just not worth the time save. What item filter do I use? I use Sensei's filter. It is linked in my Discord in the PoE section. You can also find it by doing exclamation mark filter on Twitch. What do I think about Deadeye Spear? I think that shit's gonna be nerfed or should be nerfed. Also very gimmicky. Possible to find crit. Should we ditch crit damage altogether and go for increased damage? No. Yes, 20% critical hit rate is still better. Because the important question that should have been asked is critical chance on Lightning Rod, which is actually 37% with Blindside. Critting 37% of the time for 500% damage is still a shitload of damage. As an additional bucket, in addition to just increased damage bucket. And my gear is nowhere near what you can achieve. Not even remotely close. But it was still more than enough, so.
Not yet.
I think I just outran the... I did.
Barely broke a sweat.
How to complete Corrupted Nexus is fast. The only real way to do it is to just keep zooming through the maps as fast as you can, doing the bare minimum. Look for corrupted towers in the Fog of War to give yourself a direction on where you need to go. If you want to spend some currency, you can use, I believe it's called the Grand Design Unique Tablet to let yourself skip around.
Fury.
Her flipping out of my lightning rods is so tilting. They get stun locked so hard that they active dodge out of my shit. Still playing Monster Hunter Wilds? No, not really. Not since the league started. Last two Monster Hunter videos were a complete disaster. Seemed like the game had run its course. That's not 15% of 20%, just flat 15% more. Yeah, because it uses the word more.
Enjoy your stay.
How to complete the crypt. This. How do you have not have mana issues? Because I pressed my flask. I don't know. Can't one-shot bosses. I mean, that boss would be instantly dead if she would just sit still, but she gets stunned and decides to do a backflip pirouette across the arena. How much is it to get this build going? I was doing tier 15 maps on this build at the beginning of the league, having just spent what I made throughout the campaign. It was, by the time I had it doing T15s, it was probably worth less than 50x. And by the time I started doing maps, like when I started doing maps, I was basically just SSF. I hadn't bought anything. So I just did maps as SSF pretty reliably, and I spent less than 50x on my way to T15s. How are you so handsome? That's funny.
Go on.
A little hardcore. I would never play this build in hardcore.
Storming arrow.
Full evasion builds are for softcore only.
I shall overcome.
Or if I did play anything like it, then I would certainly play it as hybrid. Once you get the Alroth resolve, you can do whatever you want, though. Don't really even need the S anymore. If I were to play this hardcore. But I don't think I would ever get to that point. And that wouldn't be SSF, that would just be hardcore. Trade League. Yeah. Definitely never hardcore SSF, but hardcore Trade League, it's probably plausible.
Now this will come in handy. Storming arrow.
You're also one shot? Not anymore, no. I don't think there's anything in the game that can one shot me at this point. Not with Alroths.
Go on.
LBU.
We are one shot proof. Even against Pinnacles, even against Zesh.
Time is not on our side.
Actually, if I let his hand fall on me, that might still kill through Allroth. I'm not sure how much damage that actually does. I think it does a shitload, though. Probably, like, more than 5k base to someone with 0 armor. What do you have to go against the one tap? Well, I have 2200 HP, and then I also have an Allroth Resolve Flask, which I'm constantly life tapping my Voltaic Mark with guard. I'm constantly life tapping with Voltaic Mark to give myself 1594 points of guard every 10 seconds. So something has to hit me for 3870 damage to kill me. And not only do they need to hit me for 3870 damage to kill me, they need to hit me for 30% more than that because of Wind Ward. And it has to be an AoE, because if it's a projectile or a strike, it's not getting through the evasion.
They are plotting against you.
Thunderous shot.
And because it has to be an AoE, it probably doesn't have the attack speed to hit me twice in a row. So it has to be a true one-shot, otherwise I'm just going to flash up and stay alive. The healing from Allroth is also instant. And the funny thing is, before we got the Allroth this stream, 2 deaths I had were not one-shots. One of the deaths was just because I forgot to fill up my mana flask before fighting level 4 King in the Mist. After killing level 3 King in the Mist. We killed tier 3 King in the Mist, and I forgot to fill up my mana flask before fighting tier 4. Made the final phase of the fight awkward. Was bow shotting at him. All elemental res, take almost one shot. Yeah, you just don't have enough life yet. Like, you're going to get one shot in early endgame, and that sucks, but you just gotta build up your HP. 1300 seems like a lot at the beginning of endgame, but then in reality, it's really not. And by the time you build up your HP, you start to get one shot less and less. Eventually, you get over like the 2k mark, and it just completely stops happening because it's all just about hitting a threshold where the most common AoEs and one shots just no longer do enough damage to kill you in one hit, period. Especially because the HP is, in a lot of ways, about 30% better on us than most characters, considering the way our Tailwind works. Alright, that one, I drove through a shitload of chaos damage. We were limit testing there. Still do not drive through puddles of exploding chaos damage. Not a good idea. And a lot of the time, when you do die at this point, you're going to be able to analyze what happened and say, yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that. Like what just happened there. Yeah. I probably should not have just drove very disrespectfully through all of that chaos damage that was ready to erupt on my screen. That was a bit of an error on my part. And even then, it wasn't a true one-shot. I saw my health move before I died. I ran through multiple explosions. Not at a tablet thing, the stash tab. That's fragments. Fragments is tablets. Which poison vial buffs from campaign have you chosen? My vials are elemental, threshold, and chaos res. But there's a very strong argument for stun threshold. I just didn't know I'd be doing Rhoa at the time, and didn't know for a long time stun threshold affected the Rhoa, because it was so new. But it didn't really end up mattering by the end of the
Fury.
day which one I chose. I'd probably still pick elemental threshold. Actually, with the new charm changes and how we're going to be able to have a thawing charm 24/7 now that you bring it up, I would say stun is better. Straight up. Chaos charms for now, I guess, till chaos capped. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. If you want to see my build, it's pinned at the top of the chat in YouTube. There's also 3 videos on it on my YouTube channel. Yeah, considering I'll be able to run around with a thawing charm 24/7 after I update my belt, that's actually a very strong argument to go for the stun threshold instead, isn't it? Very strong argument. I don't want to play Valve Factory. Nobody wants to play Valve Factory. Do you think that they're going to analyze the data on the maps that people click on and then don't play? I'd really like to see the metrics on how many people click on Valve Factory, see it's Valve Factory, and then look for something else to do. I think that would be a really funny statistic. Acrobatics is good. Acrobatics would be good if you could stack enough evasion, but unfortunately the gear this league sucks. Evasion was nerfed because acrobatics was nerfed and Wind Dancer was nerfed.
Fury.
So the reality of actually getting enough to make acrobatics worth it is pretty far into the future, if it exists at all. So as the league is currently, only someone who is ultra rich would be able to afford the amount of evasion required to make it even decent.
An easy trophy.
What's wrong with Valve Factory? The mobs are disgusting. Heavy stunning projectiles, bombs, hard to see, explosives that get left after they die. Tons of projectiles. They all have guns, so they're fast-moving projectiles. Oh, well. I wasn't looking at the map. Whoops.
Thunderous shot. I don't have enough mana.
Oh yeah, mobs take ages to become targetable. That's another good grievance. Reach.
Barely broke a sweat.
This map is gross.
Not ready. Storming arrow.
Yeah, be a blood mage Ellie bleed bow build for fun. So far, not looking great. I did see several times Loopy has said that blood mage is probably the best bleed build character. I have heard him say that several times, so there's got to be something there. I was thinking about trying to put together like a spiral volley bleed build with Herald of Blood, Bloody Volley. I feel like the name at least is worth cooking for. Bloody Volley. Sounds fun. When you say it out loud, that is. I don't know if in actuality it would be fun, but I think it's possible to play. From the bit I've thought out about it. Shield charge build, which is decent, needs some more. Movement speed attributes, the worst. Feel like the world would be a better place if movement speed wasn't implicit on boots.
Too weak, too slow.
Am I chained? I'm chained. I was like, why am I waddling? Temporal chains. No fun allowed. Ouch. I think I just got meleeed. My god, temporal chains is miserable.
That's quite nice.
Whichever dev made temporal chains has the vision postered above his bed when he goes to sleep at night on his ceiling.
Barely broke a sweat.
Will I live? I will. Wow. It's we love Alroth's Resolve. That is such a good flask. Yeah, I'm really feeling the weight. Spiral, Blood, Deadeye. Can't make it work better than just going Deadeye. I feel like that makes sense, yeah. Because you need the frenzy charge ascendancy. The rare singular splinter. You guys remember whenever you could juice your map with Delirium last league on your Waystone? And you'd get like an average of at least 20 splinters if you had filled out 4 points of your Atlas. And now you do it and you're lucky if you get 2. That like kind of sums up the condition of loot in general across the entire league.
Fury!
Lightning Rod bounce to the boss in the Forge map. That is just a tough one, if I'm being honest. The Lightning Rods will just sometimes bounce to him, and sometimes they won't.
An easy trophy.
It doesn't feel good. And I thought they were trying to fix it by increasing our chain distance with Lightning Arrow, and they seem to have not fixed it. Or they've only fixed it some of the time. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't really have any tips for you against the Golem with Lightning Arrow, Lightning Rod, because it just sometimes will not bounce to him. Sometimes it will. If you shoot at the hands, I feel like it works better. Lightning Arrow still looks effective. Yeah, it's still good. Lightning Arrow, Lightning Rod's still a good build. Still viable for all content. Rhoa's OP, and you're allowed to Rhoa Lightning Arrow, so still one of the best mapping characters in the game that you can make, and a workable pinnacle bosser. Oh, this was very scuffed. I should not have started this.
Face me.
It's okay.
Out of mana.
It's not okay. Oh, I had no flasks. And the temporal chains, dude. That's 2 deaths tonight that have been with temporal chains. This shit's just not fun. Recover stun bar without mount again? No.
Yes.
Alright. We're done with temporal chains. We need to exercise the demons again. We did this at the beginning of the stream, but they've seeped back into the box.
Hello there.
Temporal chains are for the boys. Would like to change mount for more damage. Maybe other herald getting stunned the whole time on the mount. If you're getting stunned on the mount, then you need more stun threshold, more HP. You need to fix resistances, etc. And also, don't do maps that have 200% stun buildup. Like if a map has this, monsters have 200% increased stun buildup. Don't do it. That's how you get walloped. If you want to play the build without the Rhoa, then it's going to be worse in general for everything besides pinnacles, but even then it's also worse for certain pinnacles since the mobility can be abused. You could go for Trinity. I think we tried this earlier. Go for Trinity, switch to Liberation for mobility on Lightning Rod, and then instead of doing the companion nodes, just do other passives. I tried it on stream earlier without the Rhoa, and it was fine, but it was very clearly not as good. My bossing DPS, assuming that I could sit there and machine gun, would have been 22% higher without the Rhoa because of Trinity, but that's not reality.
Storming
Because you're
arrow.
going to be forced to not just machine gun, and you're going to be forced to move. Whereas if you're on the Rhoa, you can just machine gun while moving. It's Chris. It's sweet too.
Too weak, too slow.
Stay back! I'm warning you!
Don't mind if I do.
So, here's a really good question.
Speak.
The rogue exiles, they have to count as bosses, right? Because why would they always be level 82 and drop level 82 items?
Speak.
That would mean rogue exiles are actually not bad if you're doing boss tablets.
There's hope. Zesh now lies dormant.
Just thought of that. Not what I meant to do. Wow, I am out of exalted orbs. That is crazy. Finisher effects, so they do count as a unique mob. That might be some tech then. Spec into Rogue Exiles, spam boss tablets. All of the boss modifiers on your Waystone will apply to the Rogue Exile. Finishing your boss tree will make Rogue Exiles better. It would also explain why they were written off very early by the community before people finished their bossing atlas. Being thrown off the mount all the time. You get thrown off the mount progressively less. And the funny thing is, once you have Auroth's Resolve, being thrown off the mount when it rarely does happen, you can actually sometimes survive it.
Enjoy your stay.
Sometimes adaptive. Not very good, I don't think. Pause and log out and then log back in. Wait, can you pause, log out, log back in when you get dismounted and heavy stunned and then you're fine? That's crazy tech, actually. I never thought to do that. That's gotta be hardcore brain that led you to that. Pause log out thing as well. I never thought of doing that.
Take this.
Level 72 is mega. Summons aren't terrible.
I can take you. An easy trophy.
Birds.
Enjoy your stay.
And Sorb. Orb of Alk and Exalted with local knowledge. Atlas passive on taken off. Only really useful on forest maps. Improved slightly. Yeah, the nodes at the top are cooked, but I feel like you need to take one of them because the stuff that they're gatekeeping is really, really good. And I never, ever, ever will stop to open chests, so the other one is completely fried. Unless they are strong boxes, and those aren't chests. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be able to open strong boxes again without being annoyed, because I'm gonna have a thawing charm. That was another thing that you couldn't pay me to do, was care enough to identify strong boxes to not be frozen, so I just stopped opening them altogether, except for unique ones. I feel like half of those stupid boxes freeze you. Alright, she's going to active dodge. And then dude, this boss is just counterplaying us. He slithered back out of the lightning rods after being stunned. We need to do something about these stun animations. Why are they an active detriment to my character? I actually want to heavy stun the boss less. The animations for heavy stun are just so over the top on half the bosses. They just become an active dodge. Why can't I get heavy stunned and fly halfway across the screen to safety like these bosses do? New patch affect this build at all? Nope, there wasn't any balance changes. The only changes that were very significant were quality of life, where you now have these affinities, which is fucking awesome. Because now you can do really fun things like finish a map and then do this. And you don't create a mess. Everything goes where it's supposed to be.
Speak.
You can immediately go do another map. And the other significant change is all belts now have between 1 and 3 charm slots, depending on their level when they generate. Old belts are not affected. New belts have the new change. Recon, you're standing without Rhoa. Reconnect your standing with the Rhoa. What's the best place to put an Against the Dark? Against the Dark. If you had a good Against the Darkness, you would plug it in right here. For these nodes. This cluster. Depending on how expensive it is, that might be the next thing I do. Try to get a small nodes, chaos resistance, big nodes, extra lightning damage against the dark. Last league, I paid 12 divs for that thing. Boss pinnacle damage on T0 for unlimited lives. Oh yeah, that is cool. Yeah, you can use Tier 0 pinnacle as a pinata
Thunderous shot.
to test your damage.
Quick and lethal.
We have infinite lives now. Forgot about that change.
Prepare yourself.
Infinite lives on Tier 0 is good, especially for Simulacrum, because Simulacrum is still way harder than everything else. Not that it matters, because almost all of the Simulacrum nodes are just bugged and shitty. They're either bugged or don't do anything, or they're just bad.
Thunderous shot.
I haven't watched your vids. I have watched your vids. Good approach. Played in a similar way since I like Deadeye from Season 1. Survivability is off right now. Thinking about energy shield combination. I wouldn't. One of those grass looks greener on the other side scenarios, but in reality they die just as much, and you'll be thrown off the Rhoa more because ES does not prevent heavy stun, and you'll probably get baited into wasting a bunch of passive points on energy shield that won't in reality make much of a difference. If you just stick it out with evasion, eventually it becomes pretty much superior in every way. Before last league, Grim Feast was like broken enough that it was justifiable to run hybrid, but at the same time Acro was possible last league and broken
Charged arrow.
and justifiable enough to use just evasion, but I really do think evasion just comes out ahead for Deadeye. I don't think it comes out ahead for Amazon, but I definitely think it comes out ahead for Deadeye because of the way the wind ward works.
Now this will come in handy.
Show your items. If you want to look at my items, then it is pinned to the top of YouTube. It is accessible with !build on Twitch. My Mobalytics guide, there is a tab called Live Items or Live Gear Set, something like that. In that tab, you can view exactly what I'm wearing. The only difference is I have an Allroth flask now that we put on during the stream.
Out of mana. An easy trophy. Fury. Not ready.
Training mech.
Enjoy your stay.
I really need to turn on the breach splinters showing up on the map. Best Megalomaniac would look like for this build. It's a really tough it's a tough question to answer. But it would definitely involve Wildstorm if Wildstorm doesn't end up being our best anointment. Oh, Wildstorm is definitely one of them. And then maybe actually still Lightning Rod, as funny as that sounds. Like, Lightning Rod got nerfed, but it's still a really good node. It's just really out of position. Because it also got changed to not just be non-critical hits are lucky, so it's just 30% chance to be lucky, period. Which is significantly worse than it was. It's still a decent node. I feel like a pretty strong node DPS increase-wise. Might be one of them. Why aren't you running instilled maps? Well, this is like the first map all night that didn't just have a Delirium map on it. And also, instilled maps suck ass compared to the first league. They're really, really bad. Give me like 2 splinters per map. No matter how I spec my tree. It feels like just unnecessary effort, to be honest. Ventus Contraption Strongboxes, random finds. Saw you put currency into them, but wasn't sure. Yeah. They're just random. I actually haven't seen many since league start. I saw them all the time. How do you survive without ES? Well, I have 2200 life. And every time I life tap to activate my flask, I get 1594 guard, which is basically just life for all intents and purposes. I can do this pretty much as I want as long as I have flask. And it instantly heals me that amount, plus gives me the guard with whatever is extra. And on top of all of that, the big reason I can survive is because if it's a projectile or a strike, I avoid it 86% of the time. And then if it's not a strike or a projectile, then it has to get through 30% damage reduction from Tailwind, Windward. So it has to hit me for 30% harder. To one-shot me, it needs to hit 30% harder than 2,283 life and 1,594 guard, all in one hit. Because if it doesn't, I'm just going to immediately tap my flask and heal another 1,594. So the answer is pretty easily at this point. It was rough whenever I had like 1,300 health, 1,600 life. Then we got into the 2,200 life vibe a couple days ago, or like yesterday, a couple days ago, I started to be in the 2,000 to 2,200 range, and that was pretty comfy. Stopped dying very much at all. Was able to level up pretty consistently. And now I have the Allroth's Flask today, so it's just, I mean, it's over. It's kind of a wrap. I've been playing much more like a moron in the last 3 hours of the stream since we got the Allroths, because I feel like I can finally relax a bit. Instilled maps do not drop many splinters. I feel too. Isn't it just extra stats worth it, like the rarity? Like, you can distill your maps if you want, but like I was saying before that, I've been running mirrors. Like, I have mirrors on all of my maps, so I already have Delirium in my map with better rewards than instilling. And to my knowledge, you can't stack them. I haven't tried this league, but you couldn't last league, so I didn't really see any reason you'd be allowed to stack it. Like, has anyone done a mirror with a distilled map? I just assumed we still couldn't, never tried. But if we're allowed to do that, then yeah, might as well be instilling. Bow for the last time, sure. It's not really that good of a bow. It was a pretty damn good bow when I got it, but it's not that great anymore. And yeah, if anyone wants to look at all of my gear or my build, it's pinned to the top of YouTube. Comes up if you type !build on Twitch. I've also made 3 different YouTube videos on the build: leveling guide, endgame guide, and late endgame update. The late endgame update specifically centered mostly around talking about pinnacle encounters, how to set yourself up to beat pinnacles, and also Rhoa mechanics, how to fall off the bird less. Mostly the focus of that video. A 567 DPS dual string bow with 4.6 crit chance to play LS. Dude, that is a sick fucking bow. That's like a better bow than I have ever had. That's so hype, actually. Alright, there's my quiver, but no, seriously, just click the link at the top and you can look at my gear if you want. It's right there.
Thunderous shot. Quick and lethal.
See your gear in the DPS too. I guess that's fair. I do kind of wish Mobalytics would show specific numbers on gear and not just the range. The range isn't the most telling.
Meet your end.
I think they also made it so delirium demons don't show up in your rituals. You can't increase your rituals with delirium anymore this league.
Enjoy your stay.
Higher percent on increased flash charge on Auros or lower? Lower. You want to use less flash charges. You want 109% or less because that is the minimum number of charges Auros can use without a corruption.
An easy trophy.
And don't corrupt it. It's not worth it. That guy's tanky. What the hell?
Fury.
Guess he was dodging the lightning rods because he's fast. I'm really going back and forth on my decision to take magnified effect off of lightning rod during mapping. Now, on one side of the fence, my lightning arrow Herald of Thunder is insane, but those pesky little rares that I need to pinpoint out with my dinky little lightning rods can be a problem. Bone Tyrant also sucks for this build. I hate the Bone Tyrant. The way the lightning rods just won't bounce him. It's the weirdest thing because lightning rod had no problem damaging these bosses last league. I don't know why this is a problem this league. Try something.
I shall put you down. Fury.
And I miss having area of effect. Shit's so fun. We miss area of effect. 40% increased damage. I would not use a bow with that many extra. I would not use a bow with projectile skills. It's not a great idea in the late game. Projectile skills is how you end up in my comments section asking about mana issues that I don't understand exist. Alright, can I hit him with all of this extra AoE?
Storming arrow.
Feels scuffed. Feels like we're doing no damage. I mean, we're doing millions of damage. That's not very fast.
No mana.
Yeah, that fight is super scuffed. Does it work well without Rhoa? It doesn't work bad without the Rhoa, but you do have to change some stuff.
Go on.
It works completely fine without the Rhoa. But the Rhoa is so good. It's really sad to give it up. Not gonna lie.
I'll be here, waiting.
Part of me wishes the Rhoa just didn't exist. So other things would be more appealing than they are. It's really hard to turn down that mapping speed, though. Yeah, the same as the one in the Forge. It's a problem. I wonder if they're aware that it's an issue with Lightning Rod not being able to change that boss properly. Thank you for the spill. Guys, use your flask. Get a better flask. Thoughts on Fubgun's Serpent Fury Deadeye build? Should probably be nerfed. That and Lightning Spear are at the tippy top of the chopping block. If any nerfs were to occur. And I heard something about how they said they're not going to make any changes that would brick someone's build, but even if that is exactly what they said, in their mind, they'll probably say, well, we'll nick it like 10% damage or something. Just to like maybe get people to play something that isn't Lightning Spear this league, because the metrics are 60% Lightning Spear. And then the player base will go 10% nerf, literally unplayable, and whinge and cry on Reddit for the rest of the league and write negative reviews. This is probably what the future holds if I were a betting man. Either that or the league's probably going to be a little bit boring, isn't it? With 60% of the player base playing one skill.
Go on.
Once to get more defenses, would you take the second companion? I see. I don't know. I don't know. What do my defenses look like if I take that? I'm curious. It's probably not a good look. But I will take a look just to make sure. Take this away real quick. It's actually not terrible. It's actually kind of playable, but like I don't have the spirit to pay for another companion is the issue. That what it comes down to is not having the spirit to pay for a companion on top more than anything. Where did you allocate the spirit? I just have Rhoa, Wind Dancer, Herald, and I have 40 spirit on my amulet at the moment. I used to run Clarity with a 50 spirit amulet, but I switched to a 40 spirit amulet with mana regen instead. Yeah, there are definitely a fair number of people that will see someone fight a pinnacle boss and then see the boss get off like 2 attacks and say, damn, your boss DPS is low. I feel like there are quite a few people like that. The boss will get off like 2 total attacks, get stunned, and then die, and they'll be like, oh, that boss DPS sucked. He got to attack a whole 2 times. Builds trash. Yeah, I'm still using Deadly Herald. You just get the drops. You just get the drops from hanging out. Don't have to do anything. Yeah, Rhoa skin.
An easy trophy.
Well, there's only 2 bosses where the lightning rod won't hit the boss. And I would hope it's a known issue. There's no fix for it, really. You can increase your AoE, which will make it hit sometimes, like use some of your AoE supports and switch them on to lightning rod, but it's not like a great solution when you're doing less damage. Implicit bonus arrow, the suffix does nothing, right? No, if it has the implicit for extra arrow and you have a suffix for extra arrow, you just get 2 extra arrows. It is very strong to have both the implicit and extra arrow. One of the best things you can have is implicit
nice.
extra arrow with fires an additional 2 arrows in the suffix.
Storming arrow.
Oh, whoops. I didn't activate my mirror.
Why don't you lay down your weapons and talk it over?
I'm out of mana. I need more mana. I'm out of mana. Fury! I'm out of mana.
I really hate the heavy stuns being an active dodge for the boss. Oh, it's so aggravating. Oh, you set up your lightning rods under the boss? It'd be a shame if he just shimmied backwards out of all of them because you hit him too hard. Running long hours again, I see. True. Time for the charm meta. Very, very possible. Definitely going to be some spicy ways to abuse the charms with all of the extra charm slots. And all of the very powerful charm passives that no one ever ran because we didn't have any charms. And suddenly we do. Suddenly you just wake up and you are in a world where everybody just has 3 charm slots. Isn't that neat? I'm kind of surprised I don't have a second one of these. Maybe I sold the one I had earlier. Yeah, do I have a... What's going on? Really? I feel like we farmed so much today. I was expecting to have a lot more splinters, but I guess this is Dawn of the Hunt, not 0.1. Quite a few logbooks. A lot of artifacts. What else do we farm up today? Couple more Reavers. Quite a few catalysts. Got a full Reach Stone. Reach Stone plus 78. Bunch more catalysts, actually. I guess I don't need to keep these any more in here because now we actually have affinities. Actually, can I set my currency tab to have an affinity with, man, that would have been Biss. Be able to just make it store all the breach shit in here. That would have been perfect. How much should I prioritize extra arrow versus raw DPS on a build? You're right, it is hard to quantify, but a decent way to look at it is your lightning rod amount of arrows fired is equivalent to the amount of DPS that you're dealing with lightning rod. So the more arrows you have, the higher your DPS by a multiplier of the number of arrows. So if I go from 3 arrows to 4 arrows, you can say that's roughly dealing 33% more DPS than 3 arrows. If I go from 4 to 5, you can say it's roughly 25% more DPS than having 4 arrows. So maybe that'll help you quantify a damage increase difference compared to extra arrows, because extra arrows is also always good for AoE. It does have a little bit of diminishing returns. I would say 3 is probably the sweet spot for AoE. 3 is the sweet spot for AoE with Lightning Arrow. I would say 5 is more so the sweet spot for Lightning Rod, but we end up sacrificing that because they made Scattershot suck ass. Which is very unfortunate, by the way. I wish they didn't hard nerf Scattershot as hard as they did. It's like we were using Scattershot for the things that Scattershot was intended to be used for, and then punished for using Scattershot on the things that Scattershot was fun to use it for. Because we were using it too well. How much did I spend on the extra gem slots? Extra gem slots? What do you mean? Extra gem shots. Oh, you mean for my skills? Nothing. Funny enough, I've had 4 perfect jeweler orbs drop this league total by now. And I spent 3 of them and I sold 1. Yeah, I've spent nothing on jeweler orbs this league. Ugh. Getting tired. Here, just so we can experience how terrible this is together. Let's run something spicy too. We'll do with paranoia maybe. No, I don't want to waste that. We'll do greed. We'll do a greed, and we'll do something with pack size preferably. Not extra chaos damage. Pass on that. Run items. I don't really want to look too hard for this. It's going to be obvious enough as is. So we'll instill it. 30% delirious, 24% rarity. And go run it. And what you are going to notice is it looks really shit. Is basically the conclusion that you'll come to. Oh yeah, I do want to test this too. I'm curious if they changed the way this works, because if they did, then maybe that's the answer. Having fun. Want to ask something though? What's up? Yeah, so you still wipe your mirror whenever you started a map infused with delirium. Which really sucks because the mirrors are actually better than the distilled emotions now. 2, 3. If you get a boss to spawn, it's not too terrible. The bosses actually drop quite a few. But this is a far cry from what we had last week. Yeah, like he dropped 6. He's also a boss, which is good because it means he drops gear that isn't shit. He gets to be high eye level.
An easy trophy.
Another issue is stacking Delirium on top of Soul Eater on my rares for
Fury.
yeah, giving Soul Eater to my Breach rares at the same time as doing high Delirium percentage gives them so much DR that it looks like that. And there's nothing in this world that can pen through DR. That just is what it is. It feels very bad. Survivability tips for Trial Master. I'm gonna be honest, I have never done the Trial of Chaos Trial Master. I prefer to do Trial of Sekhmet with this build because he is very projectile heavy, which evasion is good for, and Trial Master is not projectile heavy, which this build is bad for. This game sucks. True. I want to blast this hard too. Is there a specific place on the passive feed place the Against the Darkness? Yeah. Place the Against the Darkness right here. Catch all of your crit nodes. It actually shows up in the passive tree on the Mobalytics now. It's a cool little change they made between the first and second league on Mobalytics. You can set your jewels now, and it actually shows where you put them.
Thunderous shot.
Didn't know about it until recently. Updated what my actual jewels were. Besides just having it as text in the document itself.
Itching for me to lose another limb, are ya?
No
this? Barely broke a sweat.
For the Calgar!
Even weirder, the Delirium Mirror stays as an active objective that you just can't do. Yeah, Delirium as a mechanic is really fried this league. It wasn't in the best state last league, but it is bad this league, the way they have it implemented. A lot of fixes.
What is it?
I'll make peace with that being intentional, that you're just not able to do both. That's fine. I don't really care about that. But like the whole tree, just over half of it not even functioning and the other half being bad, really needs some attention. It's the most difficult pinnacle content in the game. It's the least rewarding as far as the Atlas. I cannot find and trade an emerald with companion damage and evasion. Am I searching with wrong terms? There are several evasion terms in the search directory. It is very possible that you are utilizing the quote wrong evasion. So, like, there are multiple ones that say percent evasion, but only one of them is the right percent evasion. So I would try the other percent evasion until you figure out the right one. You'll find that that is the case with quite a few different things. All right, I am tired. Definitely tired. A lot of you guys hanging out tonight. This is a great stream. Very fun. Lots of chatting. Oh boy. I'm gonna head to bed, chat. It was nice hanging out with you guys. Had a really good time. We blasted quite hard. Made some decent gains. Almost gained a full level. Got our Allroth Resolve Flask online. Big survivability boost. Definitely going to be looking to finish off level 3 and level 4 Simulacrum. I don't know if I can be bothered to do Arbiter, if I'm being honest. Arbiter just is not interesting content to me. It never was. I just did it last league for posterity. For the sake of having it done, I did it, but I don't know if I want to bother in the second league. We'll see. Maybe I'll bother. And then, yeah, we'll finish Simulacrum, even though the Atlas is bad, just because it's definitely the most difficult pinnacle content. So having it done on this build will be a nice end result for the build, I would say. The potential could continue to scale into the rooftops, because crit build, of course, but we've pretty much got everything we need to finish off the game, I would say, as far as all the content available. And it's functional against anything the game can throw at it. I think the build's possible in SSF, but I would probably do ES evasion instead of straight evasion, because it's going to be very difficult in SSF to get all of the stats required to make true, like, pure evasion feel good. Normally, there's this rut between early endgame and late endgame where you're getting one shot a little bit more than you would like, and it can get kind of frustrating. And I think SSF would kind of exacerbate that.
Enjoy your stay.
These are my old boots. I was wondering if anyone would ever buy these. Old boots sold. Survivability is very lacking. Yeah. Well, avoiding the AoEs is like always an option. Whenever I'm talking about the survivability lacking in the early endgame, it's like the only way you die is getting hit with an AoE. You're practically immune to strikes and projectiles. So it's like it's easy to die, but it's also like just as easy to live. Getting in Against the Darkness with both lines being 1% to max res not work. It's only adding the first one listed. I don't know the answer to that, actually. I've never been in that situation to look at that. Percent 2 evasion. Percent evasion, yeah. Been running hybrid gear. I dropped the hybrid gear whenever I got into Endgame because I felt like I could not have enough evasion at the same time as having enough energy shield where both would feel reasonably useful. I felt like I would rather just not die to projectiles, not die to strikes, and focus on avoiding AoEs than moderately dying to both. Because I played through the campaign as hybrid, and I feel like that was the right decision. I still feel that is the right decision. But once I got to Endgame, it felt like I really needed to just focus on one thing and stack it high and then just have a vulnerability. Like I felt distinctly better off just knowing what I was vulnerable to so that I could focus on avoiding it. Like, if you just know that you're going to die if you get hit by an AoE, you are more conscious of avoiding it. Whereas I feel like if you feel like you might survive something, you're more likely to throw your face through it. Not tried the Rhoa too much either. The Rhoa is a huge survivability boost and mobility boost due to the amount of extra control it gives you over your character while fighting. Why do you run pinpoint? Ah, yes. I guess this comes up pretty frequently too. We'll talk about this real quick. Why do I run point blank over fire shot? So if you read the wording on point blank, projectiles deal 20% more hit damage to targets in the first 3.5 meters of their movement, scaling down with distance traveled to 0% to 7 meters. And then we look at lightning rod. Lightning rod causes bursts from the point of origin. And the point of origin is, where is it written? It should be 2.4 meters. Area of effect. Less than 2.4 meters because we're running negative area of effect. Burst radius, 1.7 meters. So the target is always within 1.7 meters of the point of origin of the projectile. Because of the way point blank reads, this implies that point blank would deal 20% more damage, while far shot would not. And although far shot would boost the damage of lightning arrow more often, the reality is enemies get up into your face. Anytime they're an actual threat, they get up into your face pretty quickly, which invalidates the opposite choice more often than not. While point blank is valuable when you need it to lightning arrow, and always boosting lightning rod's damage by 20%. So it just makes more sense to do point blank, because point blank will only ever increase lightning arrows damage, or far shot will only ever increase lightning arrows damage, and only in optimal circumstances where you already have complete control over the battlefield. Whereas point blank will add damage to lightning arrow when you're fucked, and always add damage to lightning rod. Yeah, cool. Glad we cleared that up. It comes up actually pretty frequently. I probably should have included that in the FAQ in the latest video. I joined right when you answered the question I was going to ask. Pure evasion versus mixed. Yes, yeah. Doing pure evasion at T6 map, feeling squishy. Singing going hybrid, thanks. Yeah, no problem. I am a witch. Grass, you're playing. It's so funny. Oh man. The mines aren't in the game yet, bro. Your first ascendancy should be gathering winds. Tailwind is a hell of a drug, and you will get addicted to making sure Tailwind stays up 24/7. That's another reason why I prefer going straight into high evasion at the
Enjoy
beginning of
your
Endgame.
stay.
Because anytime my Tailwind falls off, it falls off like my mood and gives me depression. Need to be ready. My lightning arrow gems are the same as what's in my build guide. They're martial tempo, lightning infusion, ambush, charge shots, fork. And whenever you're fighting a boss, like a pinnacle boss, you can switch to pinpoint critical heft. Also, if you see any guides on the internet that say to put heft into your lightning rod, I'm just going to make this joke one more time. Don't. It literally doesn't work. This ability doesn't do any physical damage. It does only lightning damage. And they changed the wording on heft to only affect physical hits, which lightning rod performs none of. So it's a big meme if you see any build on the internet not naming any names that says to put this into your lightning rod, and they may or may not have actually played the build very much this league. All right. That's all for me, though. I'm going to head to bed. It was fun. Good night, YouTube. Twitch, we can find somebody to raid if you want to give me a target. Anyone playing PoE? I'm looking to make some friends in the PoE space. Don't really have any of those, so if you have any favorites you'd like to suggest,